Michelle, are we on? On. Everybody ready? Good morning, everyone. It feels like we're a very, very long way from all of you, but good morning, everyone who's here and online as well. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call our Friday, September 13th, 2024 meeting to order. Before I ask the other commissioners to introduce themselves, I'd like to say something just for a minute about yesterday's tour and thank our staff, Nick Myatt, Sarah Gregory, a whole bunch of other people. We had several members of the Warm Springs tribe with us. There are a few things that I would just like to mention about these tours. One of them is it's absolutely a highlight to actually get to meet directly with staff in their element, to hear their expertise, and it is a highlight for being on the commission to get to do that. Another one is somehow ODF&W has figured out how to have an entire day that has a storyline and ties things together so that we actually get to see things and we get all of the connections between those things or among those things, which is great. And one thing about yesterday, at the end of the day, there was a fairly short discussion, but it was key, and it was about how to communicate with the various communities that we work with and need to work even more with to recognize when we come into these areas to visit that there are people who are here that are a big part of the community. And yesterday our example was the Hispanic community and the way that the department talked about stepping into that issue and being better and better at that and making a commitment to it. We heard some interesting things. It was a great part of kind of a good closing for the day. So thank you to everybody who put that together. And with that, I'll let the rest of the commissioners introduce themselves.
Great. I am Becky Hatfield-Hyde, and I just want to ditto what Chair Wall said about how excellent the tour was. And one other highlight was the staff that talked about Columbia River issues. I have just never experienced such a good summary in such a short period of time. So thank you for that. That was incredible.
Mark Labhart Sisters, ditto, ditto, ditto.
And Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon. Sorry I missed the tour yesterday.
Kathy and Cleo, Portland, Oregon, also very sorry to miss it.
Dr. Leslie King, Portland, Oregon, thank you.
In terms of, before I turn it over to the director, well, let's finish introductions and then go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Debbie Colbert and I'm the Director of Fish and Wildlife.
And Michelle, can you go ahead and introduce yourself as well as give us our clue on how to use the techno stuff?
Well, good morning. First, I want to start off by thanking the National Guard and the Readiness Center for allowing us to use this beautiful facility for our meeting today. There are a few things that I want to talk to folks about. First, I want to address the online group. I'm going to ask that you guys are patient. As every venue we go to, we are at the mercy of the infrastructure of the area. We feel like we've got a good connection here, but no promises can be made, but we are making our best effort to keep things running smoothly and up and going. Secondly, I want to ask everyone to please keep your microphones or your cameras muted until you are called upon by the chair to speak. We have a lot of people signed up to speak online today, and this is something that's very important and I need for you all to observe. On the phone, I would like to remind folks that to mute and unmute your phones on the Teams, it's a *6, and I will be continuing to mute folks if they don't mute them themselves. Okay, so in the room here, a couple logistical things. Restrooms, most important thing, out the doors and to the left. Second thing I want to ask is that we keep these doors on this glass wall closed. It was made very clear to us yesterday that if we do not keep those doors closed, we will not be able to keep this room cool enough to be comfortable for us. There is a door to access that out through the lobby and to the right. Okay, doors. Okay, so then commissioners, we are getting used to this new sound system, but I want to remind you that in order to talk, you do need to push the button on the bottom. If the red light is on your mic, that means that you are unmuted. We can only have a max of 3 microphones unmuted at a time. If your microphone's not muted, 2 things that happen: your fellow commissioners won't be able to talk, and also you won't be able to you get sound that comes through these microphones now, which help us to hear what's going on, and that will not be working if you are unmuted, or if you're unmuted yet. Other than that, I'm ready to go. Let's do it.
We don't listen. Then I'll turn to the director for the director's report.
All right. Well, thank you for the kind remarks about the tour yesterday. For me, I just feel like every time I get out and spend time with our staff, it deepens my appreciation for the work that we do, and just how our staff show up in these communities, and just point of pride as director. So first we have for the director's report is the field report that is in your packet. It's in written report, but I can't help myself. I have to just mention a couple things from that because it's such a great report. We've talked a lot about fire impacts, great summary of kind of, especially for our east side where we are with fire. We've had some pretty close calls this year, and thankfully we've had no major structure damage, and more importantly, we've been able to keep our staff safe even where there were evacuations. So very relieved with that, and thinking about everybody that's still dealing with fires on the landscape. The other thing that I wanted to flag that just I think is so amazing, and if you didn't see it, it was the 2-day fishing event at the Oregon State Penitentiary. Like I got a little misty-eyed looking at this. First ever of its kind. Our staff in our STEP program collaborated with Oregon State Penitentiary, which is a maximum security facility, and put on a 2-day fishing event for their families. Essentially set up a 1,500-gallon pond, spent 2 days with their families fishing. The penitentiary donated fishing gear for all of the children that participated with their families that day. And I just think that's a pretty remarkable thing to do. So I just wanted to flag that for you if you hadn't seen it in the report. You also have in written format the Market Squid Limited Entry Interim Report. Commissioners, you'll recall that in 2022, when you took action on the Market Squid fishery, you had questions about ultimately whether it should be limited entry, and you asked staff to come back once we got that underway with a report that's in your packet. And you'll see that in the report, the staff are not recommending going to limited entry based on kind of biological needs at this time. But I do want to pause in case you have specific questions on that report.
I did have one question on it that I wanted to ask. Is John here?
John is here somewhere.
There he is. Well, John's coming up. When we had talked about this one before, we had talked about limited entry, and maybe we should think about limited entry before the fishery got really established. And as I understand it, we set the control date so that when we get to that point, we'll be ready, which I appreciate a lot. And I think that puts us in a great position. The other 2 things that we had talked about then, and just a real quick question, John, is we had talked about capping at 4.5 million pounds, and we had talked also about weekend closures so that the eggs had some chance to develop during that time, because that gave them at least 30% of the time to do it. So the question is, are those 2 things still in place, or are we at least considering those 2, the cap and the weekend closures? And are we going to see this one again before long when the reason we aren't seeing it today is because the issue isn't mature to do the limited entry, but will we see it again within a year or so? What's your thought?
Thank you, Chair Wall. I think for market squid, it's, it's kind of in a weird spot. There hasn't been much of a fishery the last couple of years or any meaningful harvest. Like we did prepare the report. We thought it was most efficient just to do it as a written report. I think it's a good coalition of all the information. I really enjoyed it myself. I think we could do a variety of things, but for right now, given the conservation regulations that we adopted, in March of 23, I think staff's collective opinion is that we don't really need a limited entry right now. To really be meaningful, we'd probably have to get it down to like 5 permits, and we don't think that would really be, probably have to get down to 5 permits to really impact fishing power. So I'm not sure that would be, palatable with the fleet right now. So I think the real issue is just about economics or over capitalization being the main issue. And so it's not really a biological thing to us as staff. It's more of a social. Whether or not that needs to be addressed is, I guess, up to the commission. But
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, John.
Great, thanks, John. So next up in the director's report, we have an expenditure report from Interim Deputy Director for Administration, Ken Loffing.
Good morning. Excuse me. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Ken Loffing. I'm the Acting Deputy Director for Administration. Happy to be here this morning to kick things off with the agency's financial report. For month close, July 31st, 2024, Department's unrestricted cash balance ended at $82.2 million, and restricted cash came in at $76.3 million, for a total of $158.5 million in custody at Treasury. As noted before, that $82.2 million of unrestricted cash does include $26 million that's more or less dedicated to damages that were incurred from the fires in 2020. That's a $26 million insurance payment. So really, when I look at that total, our real kind of like unrestricted cash balance is really closer to $56 million, which is still a good number, gives us plenty of flexibility for monthly operations and whatnot. For revenues, I'll just say that our revenues and expenditures are tracking as expected, with our expenditures being a little, I would say, lower than what's expected this year. But that's by design, as we are holding some positions open in our other fund category just to generate some savings. I'll also note that license sales continue to be really strong for ODFW this year. As of August 30, the end of August, our license sales are up 5% over where they were at this point last year. So love to see that continuing good license sales through the fall would be great. For budget updates for budget development for 25-27. So huge shout out to our budget staff. After the commission approved our agency request budget in June, spent the next couple months really working on getting that package together and over to DAS and the governor's office by the August 30th deadline. It's a huge undertaking. It's posted online, and if you all want to read it, it's some good bedtime material. It's about 1,300 pages, but it is really good stuff and a big body of work. So check it out. So we did meet those deadlines, and currently we are in the midst of working with the governor's office and the DAS CFO, Chief Financial Office, on what the governor's recommended budget will be. And the governor's recommended budget will come out December 1st, 2024, before then we head into legislature. So that's where we're at there. And then audit, no real substantive updates from the audit shop. We're continuing to work on our current audits for this year. And then Kari, our auditors, started work on our next audits that we have on deck for next year, which include safety and our landowner preference program. I will also note that we are undergoing our once every 6-year audit from the Federal Office of Inspector General, and they're going to be on at several sites in October this year, looking at some of our expenditures and facilities that are funded by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service dollars. And with that, that's all I have. I will also just mention, if you look at the revenue table, thanks to some great suggestions from Commissioner King. We did add a couple line items underneath other funds. We took the kind of the next two largest line items after hunter and angler license dollars and commercial fisheries funds. So we included interest in investments and non-federal grants, which those two combined also make up $32 million. As we discussed last time, other funds, there's like 30 different things that incorporate other funds. So we threw a couple of those larger ones on there just to provide a little more context as to what those funds are. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ken. I do have one quick question, and that is this is before your time, but Shannon Hearn had talked about a DEI audit and that the scope of work was delayed, but she thought it might be in September. Would you consider just checking on that? And see
I can.
if you can
I'll,
just let us know.
I'll check back on our next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Great, thank you very much, Ken. Okay, next up under the director's report is the recurring update regarding adapting to climate and ocean change. And today we're going to be focused on forest and landscape resiliency. And we have Sarah Reif, our Habitat Division Administrator, and Rod Kramer, our Forest Practices Program Coordinator.
Well, good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, members of the Commission, Director Colbert. I am Sarah Reif. I'm the Habitat Division Administrator. This morning, I'm delighted to have Rod Kramer, our Forest Program Coordinator, with us. And he is going to be bringing you our Climate and Ocean Change Policy Report. Looking for the slide to advance, pressing. Is it? Okay. Okay. So, as you know, the theme of our climate and ocean change policy presentations this year has been all about supporting species resilience in the face of a changing climate. And we've intentionally chosen to highlight the role and importance of natural and working lands. This month, we're bringing the focus on forest lands, and we will be highlighting the important role that Oregon's working forests play in supporting species resilience. We'll talk about the statewide resiliency efforts in which ODFW is participating. And then we're going to celebrate some specific projects occurring on public and private forests across the state. And as a reminder, this will all culminate in December with a roundtable conversation with the Commission and with partners, pulling in some of the challenges and opportunities that we've highlighted throughout this year's series to see how we might be able to accelerate our efforts to ensure species resiliency in the face of a changing climate. So in the interest of time, let's get right into the forest land discussion, and I will pass it to Rod.
Thank you, Sarah. And good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Colbert. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. And I'm just going to jump in. We got a busy day, so I'm just going to jump right in and provide you all with some context around Oregon's forest. Nearly half of Oregon is classified as forest land. That's about 30 million acres. The state's forests can be broken down into 7 main types, dominated by Douglas fir and ponderosa pine, but also including mixed conifer, spruce hemlock, subalpine, juniper, and lodgepole pine. As you can see on this map, they grow in distinct zones defined by geography and climate. So who owns Oregon's forests? Forest land in Oregon is divided between tens of thousands of different landowners, including federal, state, and local governments, tribes, large corporations, small businesses, families, and individuals. By far, the biggest single forest landowner is the federal government, which owns 60% of Oregon's forest land. 35% of all Oregon forest lands are privately owned, including large industrial and small woodland owners. 3% are state-owned, and 1.5% are owned by tribes. It really is a mix of ownerships, and each type of forest landowner plays an important role in ensuring sustainability and resiliency of Oregon's forests. And as we all know, Fish and Wildlife pay no attention to land ownership. From their perspective, it's all simply habitat. Next slide, please. Healthy forests provide the vital services communities rely on. They maintain ecosystem functions and give the environmental, social, and economic benefits that people value. The department is particularly focused on the ecosystem services that benefit fish and wildlife, including clean and cold water and habitats for a variety of plants and animals, including common species, as well as sensitive, threatened, and endangered species. For landowners, businesses, and conservationists continually invest in Oregon's environment to grow healthy forests. By using sustainable forest management tools that protect, maintain, and restore forest health, we can ensure forests will remain an asset for people and fish and wildlife. Oregon is one of the world's great tree growing areas. The state's soils and climate provide ideal conditions to grow such commercially viable species as Douglas fir and ponderosa pine. A working forest is a forest that is actively managed to produce a variety of outcomes, including timber, building materials, energy, paper, and packaging. Working forests also serve an important function for fish, wildlife, and climate resiliency. Oregon's forest sector continues to be a vital contributor to the state economy by supporting more than 70,000 direct jobs throughout the state in forest management and forest products manufacturing and distribution. This is especially evident in rural communities where timber has long been an economic cornerstone and wood products companies are often the largest employers in town. According to recent statistics, the base economic contribution of the forest sector is over $18 billion in Oregon, and over 75% of the total state timber harvest comes from private forest lands. Oregon's forests are also habitat for fish and wildlife. Federal, state, and private forest lands contain nearly all the critical spawning and rearing habitat for the threatened Oregon coast coho salmon. Careful management of these habitats is essential for the preservation and recovery of coho salmon populations and of the livelihoods of families who depend on ocean salmon fisheries. Oregon forests also provide habitat for a wide range of wildlife species, including many Oregon Conservation Strategy species. There's an essential relationship between wildlife existence and the composition of trees, shrubs, and other forest vegetation. Many animals are successional species, and they survive only in those stages of succession to which they are adapted. Forest succession is a natural process and develops in distinct structure-based vegetation communities over time, which includes herbaceous plants and shrubs, tree saplings, young forest, mature forest, and old growth. Each one of these successional stages results in different habitat for wildlife species, and the composition of wildlife species changes as forests grow through these successional changes. Next slide, please. Multiple scientific studies have reported that Oregon is already experiencing increased temperatures, changing precipitation patterns, reduced snowpack, drier summers, and more frequent and damaging wildfires as a result of climate change. And these impacts are projected to intensify over the coming decades. On a statewide level, Oregon is becoming warmer and drier. Oregon's annual average temperature has increased over 2 degrees over the past century and is projected to increase by 5 degrees by 2050. Extreme heat presents a growing threat to Oregon's communities and its natural environment. Over the past 70 years, the number of extremely warm days increased significantly across Oregon. In June 2021, there was a record-shattering heat wave, and the past couple of summers have been the hottest in Oregon's recorded history. Climate change is projected to increase the intensity and frequency of extreme heat events in the state. Many parts of Oregon depend also on seasonal snowmelt, and climate change is causing declines in snowpack. In some recent years, Oregon has experienced below average snowpack due to above average temperatures or below average winter precipitation. Annual snowpack across Oregon is projected to decline by 25% by 2050. Reductions in snowpack also contributes to declines in soil moisture, which can exacerbate wildfire risk. The total area of land burned by wildfire each year has increased in Oregon over the past 35 years, and wildfires have grown larger and have spread into higher elevations during this period. In the Pacific Northwest, the number of days with extreme wildfire danger have more than doubled since 1979. Drought, increased aridity, and reductions in relative humidity contribute to increased fire risk in Oregon. As temperatures increase, wildfires are expected to become larger and fire seasons increasingly extreme in Oregon and across the West. Notably, these threats of increasing temperature and extreme fire are also threats to Oregon's fish and wildlife. What impacts Oregon's natural and working forest also impacts its species, which is why it's in everyone's interest to work together to address these issues and ensure our forests are resilient into the future. Next slide. This summer has been another big fire year, and it's still going on, with many fires still actively burning as we speak. The fires this year have occurred in sagebrush and juniper woodlands and in Oregon's timber forest as well. Fire is a far-reaching and complex issue, but we wanted to acknowledge 4 key points for you today. First, the pace and scale of fires we are experiencing in Oregon is not natural. In general, the forests we see in Oregon today are much denser than they would have been historically. Prior to European settlement, fire would have acted as a natural landscaping service to our forests. A more modern legacy of high replanting standards and fire suppression have allowed for dense reestablishment of small diameter trees. Coupled with warmer, drier conditions caused by climate change, we are witnessing the perfect conditions for landscape scale, high severity fires. Second, post-fire recovery is essential, and the department is following the lead of the Oregon Department of Forestry and the federal land management agencies in recovery efforts on Oregon's forests. The department provides technical assistance to agencies and to landowners on which areas are highest priority for recovery for fish and wildlife, and pursues additional resources to support landscape recovery where we can. This work is occurring right now in the wake of the fires this summer, and we stand ready to help in whatever way we can during and after these fires. Third, not all fire is bad. Some natural fires and prescribed burns are very important to Oregon's forest ecology to help reestablish and maintain a more diverse forest structure that is inclusive of openings and meadows, productive understory shrubs, reduced tree density, and snags and down wood. Wildlife often respond favorably to fires, especially over time, as they both have evolved together. For example, our big game species like deer and elk often experience herd increases in areas recovering from fire. And fourth, fuels reduction and forest restoration efforts are not keeping pace with fire, especially in Oregon's east side forest. All hands are needed on deck to proactively restore fire resiliency to Oregon's forest and protect Oregon's communities. Next slide. There's a lot of effort going into restoring forest resiliency in Oregon, but how do you do that? There are many actions that can be used to increase forest resiliency, but it's also important to acknowledge what forest resiliency is. Resilience is a measure of a forest's ability to adapt to a range of stressors and reflects the ecosystem's functional integrity. A resilient forest is a forest that can adapt and absorb disturbances such as fire, disease, and pests, and remain healthy and sustainable. Resilient forests help better protect communities from wildfire and allow fires to occur on forest at smaller, more manageable scales that both people and wildlife can tolerate and that prevent widespread losses. To get there, we're going to need to see a significant ramp up of efforts across all land ownerships to reduce fuels and restore more natural conditions. This is where the 20-year landscape resiliency strategy comes in. The department is leading heavily into efforts like this. There are many large-scale forest management planning efforts going on across the state with a vision to maintain and enhance healthy and resilient landscapes that supports Oregon's social, economic, and ecological needs, and the department is engaged with all of them. The Department of Forestry is leading development of Oregon's 20-year landscape resiliency strategy with private, local, state, and federal partners to target about 13 million acres to improve forests and rangelands. The plan uses many tools like thinning forest, prescribed burns, removing invasive species, and restoring lands after fires. The work aims to help economic development and steward lands that can endure extreme fire, drought, and pest. The partners use a shared, large-scale, cross-boundaries, and joint priorities stewardship model to align federal, state, and private investments. The partners have shared strong support and commitment for this unified approach to reduce wildfire risk, improve ecosystems, protect water resources, wildlife habitat, and recreational opportunities, bolster the economy, and increase the pace and scale of land management and stewardship. This is not the only effort going on where forest resiliency is the goal. There are a lot of efforts on federal and state lands that the department is involved in. In addition to these large statewide efforts, the department also sees big wins for resiliency and fish and wildlife habitat connectivity when we work with landowners and managers on specific projects. In the next several slides, we would like to feature a few of those projects for you. In 2021, conservationists and timber industry joined forces in the Private Forest Accord, or PFA. The intent of this historic agreement was to protect aquatic resources, provide long-term stability and regulatory assurances for forest practices on private forest lands. As part of this agreement, the Oregon Department of Forestry is pursuing a habitat conservation plan and incidental take permit from the federal services. A grant program was also created to mitigate unavoidable impacts from the permitted forest practices. In 2022, the legislature authorized the department to implement the PFA grant program. The grant program's goals include supporting projects that conserve or restore aquatic habitat, as well as fostering partnerships that improve conservation efforts. In the first round of funding of the PFA grant program earlier this year, the department and the advisory committee were proud to award more than $10 million in grants to 25 projects from around the state. The advisory committee selected the top projects that provided the most conservation benefit for Oregon's fish, amphibians, and habitats covered by the pending Habitat Conservation Plan. These projects represent a huge strategic investment in Oregon's aquatic biodiversity and watershed and forest health. This map highlights the geographical scope of projects funded across the state and underscores the program's role in promoting sustainable habitats and thriving fish and wildlife populations. We also wanted to showcase a few restoration and resiliency projects happening on the ground. The J2E River to Ridge project is an example of a small private landowner managing their property for multiple benefits, including timber, fish and wildlife species restoration, and resiliency. J2E is a working small woodland and farm owned by David and Sarah Ehlers in Benton County. The project has a long list of partners, including agencies and non-governmental organizations that are working together to restore ecosystem function and sustainable timber production. The J2E project is enhancing priority habitats, including oak, woodland, riparian, wetland, and wet prairie, which support a variety of strategy species, including California floater freshwater mussels, Nelson's checker mallow, Taylor's checker spot butterfly, in Beaver. Since the start of this project, over 60,000 native trees and shrubs have been planted and invasive weeds have been controlled across 53 acres of riparian forest, pine flats, and wetlands. Another 8 acres of wet and upland prairies have been planted with almost 9,000 forbs and seeded with over 50 pounds of native grass and forb seed. In-stream habitats and fish passage have also been improved in Vincent Creek. Another project we'd like to highlight is the Auburn Tract project on the department's Elkhorn Wildlife Area in Eastern Oregon. This is a Good Neighbor Authority, or GNA, partnership between ODFW, Oregon Department of Forestry, and Bureau of Land Management. The GNA is a federal program that is providing opportunities across a significant portion of Oregon's landscapes to improve forest health, build climate resiliency, and improve fish and wildlife habitat, while also providing jobs for rural communities by building collaborative relationships between federal and state partners. This project will restore sagebrush and grassland communities and associated big game habitat to a more fire resilient condition across 2,000 acres owned by the department and the Bureau of Land Management. Overstocked forest stands will be thinned and juniper trees encroaching on sage habitats will be removed to increase water availability and improve climate resiliency. Resiliency treatments will also address public safety concerns by adding strategic fuel breaks within the wildland-urban interface of the nearby community of North Powder. And finally, we'd like to highlight restoration and resiliency on large commercial forest lands. Port Blakely is a large commercial timber company with 30,000 acres of industrial forest lands located in Clackamas County. Port Blakely was honored as recipient of a Fish and Wildlife Stewardship Award by the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission and Oregon Board of Forestry in 2021. The company was recognized for their efforts to restore fish and wildlife habitat following the historic 2020 Labor Day fires in Northwest Oregon, which burned 8,000 acres of their commercial forest lands. To limit erosion and accelerate the recovery of habitat, Port Blakely partnered with the Oregon Hunters Association and ODF&W field staff to quickly distribute thousands of pounds of native seed along 24 miles of headwater streams using helicopters for widespread aerial seeding. The habitats enhanced by this project were crucial to minimizing impacts to streams used by salmon and steelhead and providing supplemental forage for deer and elk, as well as bees and other pollinators. And I'll turn it over to you, Sarah, for wrap up.
Okay, thank you so much, Rod, for walking us through those great projects and also just the big picture work that's going on to protect communities, increase resiliency of our forests. There's a lot of efforts underway, and we're happy to be leaning into that work and be playing our part. So while we've shown you some ways in which we're working collaboratively with forest landowners and managers to increase resiliency, we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that there are certainly challenges to trying to protect and enhance habitat on Oregon's forests. For example, there are forest practices, some timber harvest, understory spraying, road creation, et cetera, that can and do have a negative impact on fish and wildlife. But we work through processes like the Forest Practices Act or federal forest plans to regulate those activities and create sideboards that help to avoid, minimize, and mitigate those impacts. Depending on the type and intensity of forest practice, those impacts can accumulate to the point of having population level effects. But the more we work with forest landowners and managers to develop shared goals, shared desired future conditions, and agree on those minimization and mitigation strategies, the more we can find that balance. Even with those challenges, I would say that the alternative to working forest lands is conversion to other uses like housing development, energy development, et cetera. And so that's why we're really leaning into partnering with working lands, working forests to find those areas of commonality, because the alternative creates greater challenges to us in managing species in a changing climate. Moreover, when forest landowners voluntarily take on conservation action, it really does move the needle for conservation and recovery of listed species, especially since we know we cannot get there by only taking action on public lands. ODFW is also really leaning into the collaborative efforts with our partners to reduce fire risk, as you heard from Rod. Protecting communities is an extremely high priority for us, as well as restoring resiliency in these forests so that they can be ready for the next fire. We'll never get ahead of large fires until we accelerate the pace and scale of fuels reduction efforts. And we have to do it across management boundaries. We're taking a really solutions-oriented approach, thinking with partners about what is needed in terms of policy changes, federal and state funding appropriations, social values and support, and accepting those short-term trade-offs for wildlife at the project level so that we can be in service of those long-term benefits for forest resiliency. By this point, you should see that the common theme emerging out of all of these presentations you've had this year is partnerships. By partnering with forest landowners and managers, we see a path forward for fish and wildlife that provides the greatest opportunity for long-term sustainability. We hope that in December, when we convene for the stakeholder roundtable, we can explore more ways with you and with our partners to figure out how we can leverage those partnerships to support working lands even further. So I think with that, we will wrap it up and gladly take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. Sarah, great report. Rod, good to see you again. So this is going to go without saying, so I'm probably speaking to the audience that might be watching this because I'm sure you're already on the same page as I am, but I think it needs to be said. We are fast approaching doubling the number of fires that was a historic record in 2020. I think we're approaching, as of this week, 1.8 million acres, and it was about 1 million acres in 2020. So the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board is aware of this. And of course, our congressional delegation is aware of this. The federal agencies are, and of course, ODF&W and other state agencies are aware of this. But after the 2020 fires, there was a pretty significant amount of money that was available for habitat restoration, riparian restoration work. And then following that, we had drought funds that came along. So I'm anticipating that, we have got the attention of the federal government and the state government, hopefully our legislature, that this is an unprecedented year where we have, I'm going to use the term, nuked a lot of Oregon with this 2 million acres of burns. Some of those have been beneficial, as you say, but a lot of those we've destroyed entire watersheds, habitat for fish and wildlife species, property damage, all of those kinds of things. So I'm anticipating that there's going to be hopefully some significant funding from NRCS, federal funding, state funding, and hope the legislature steps up. So you've said it once, but I just want to repeat it. We need to be ready to use those funds in a way that will help our mission statement of, fish and wildlife, and be ready to get those things out on the ground with native grass seedings, restoring habitat, riparian areas, because there's a lot of damage out there. So I know you've said it once, but I just want to repeat that I think there's going to be some great opportunity here there's maybe a pony in all of this about potentially some funding that would come down to be able to restore some of this devastated habitat that we've lost. I mean, a huge amount of sage grouse habitat's been destroyed as a result of those sage fires throughout eastern Oregon. And then, of course, even our own Schneider Wildlife Area, Nick tells me that, a significant portion of that's gone now or burned up. And so, even our own ownership, we need to be looking at that kind of a thing. So just validating what you've said and be ready, because I think there's going to be some funding coming along to hopefully make those habitats better. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank both of you guys for an excellent presentation that brings a little bit of hope. I feel this issue of, and echo everything that Commissioner Labhart just got done saying. In the last 2 weeks, we have had another fire directly on our, a mile from our cows, moving cows, helping the neighbors move cows. I don't know how many of you all in the audience have the Watch Duty app. Anybody out there? If we layered that Watch Duty app over our forests right now with its little flames, it's a free app. So if you don't have it, get it. It is astounding what is happening right now. And we are so far behind. And, the communities on the east side, I think we see this meme go around over and over again, which annoys people, right? It's log it, burn it, log it, graze it, or watch it burn. I think that is a response from these communities to a pent up rage about where these forests have been now for 25, 30 years. Now, that is an oversimplified way of looking at the issue. And I acknowledge that, but we are so far behind here that what I do when I pull up those maps is I look at where has it burned already? Where is it burning now? And then everybody beware, because this whole section that hasn't yet burned is just on the edge of burning. That's where I am with it. So I don't know that we have enough resources to throw at this. And when we talk about rehabilitating these places, we need to talk about what we can do. And then we need to talk about areas that we are burning the soil so bad that I don't know what the hell we're going to do, right? And it is a crisis at a level that I can't even comprehend. And scary for communities. I mean, the community of Dayville, I haven't looked today. Is Dayville burned up? Good. I'm glad if it isn't. And I'm hearing that the other thing for private landowners I know that's devastating is that they want to burn, people want to burn, but we really need to amp up giving landowners tools to burn during the right times of the year so that we can do cool burns and start to restore these systems in healthy ways where they don't feel scared, that their fires are going to get away and do some sort of devastation. So we have so much to do, and I love it if ODF&W is truly working across all these agencies to get on it, get with it, right? We have to. We sit around here and talk about, whether somebody should hunt sage grouse where we have abundance of them, and are we worried about that? In the meantime, we're burning up thousands of acres at the wrong time of the year of their habitat. It's affecting families like you can't believe. So I will stop because I've had lots of coffee and no protein this morning.
Thank you. I'd like to just build on what we heard from the two commissioners that just spoke and ask a couple specific questions based on what you said. And thank you for that report. The question that I have is, you talked about fuels reduction and we keep hearing about it. And you talked about the breaks between the forest and towns, which make perfect sense, and the juniper. But you also talked today a bit about policy changes that need to happen. Could you give us a couple specifics? We need to be thinking about this pretty regular. So if you could give a couple specifics that you were thinking about on the policy changes that are already being contemplated.
Oh, yeah, Chair Wall, thank you for that question. I think on the ODFW policy side, I think we're in a pretty good place. And I think the climate and ocean change policy gives us a lot of a direction on how to guide our work, knowing that we can't be, it is an overwhelming notion in terms of how much of the landscape we're dealing with here. But what the climate and ocean change policy tells us we can do is prioritize the landscape in terms of where is the where are the most important areas to protect and to focus on those first. help our land management agencies and our landowners know where those places are, both from a prevention and a recovery standpoint. And also maybe where it isn't as high of a conservation priority, and let's not pour too many resources into those parts of the landscape. So I think on our side, we kind of have the policy that we need. At the state and federal level, I think one of the conversations that I was just having with a colleague from the Oregon Forest Industries Council is that there's, and this is out of our wheelhouse quite a bit, but in terms of funding and resources to deal with fire suppression needs and to deal with recovery. Those are conversations to be had at the state legislature as well as at the federal congressional level in terms of resources and creating a sustainable funding source to support those programs or where we aren't really going to get ahead of the issue. So I think there's some action needed at that level. I think there's also, it gets pretty complex, but when you do start to talk about liability and, you know, a fire that starts on private land that goes onto forest, there's liability on the private land side. But if it starts on the public land and goes to the private, there isn't money that exchanges hands that direction. And those things are really challenging, I think, for our private landowners. And so it's interesting to learn about those, figure out how we can lend support to those conversations, knowing that it's not necessarily directly our wheelhouse, but they're important to these long-term solutions. So those are just some examples. I don't know if that's helpful or not, but.
Actually, that's really helpful in terms of, I mean, the urgency was so well said by the last two commissioners that spoke. And we have sort of a wrap up in December when we're looking at, and I agree with the comment about thank you for giving a report where you found some way to give hope moving forward. But we have a workshop coming up in December where we'll be talking jointly with several of our partners about what this all means, what it adds up to. We've been talking about working lands for quite a while, and those kind of policy discussions that you just mentioned give us ways to think about. With 1.8 million already, what do we do and how do we recover? And so your comments were very helpful in terms of thinking forward for December. So I appreciate it. I think I'll stop there just in the interest of time, but I really appreciate the report and the comments. So thank you.
Chair Wall, if I could, just one last note of optimism for the group.
We would never turn that down.
Thanks. I think it was Commissioner Labhart talking about the scale and the severity, and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde as well, and what the agencies are doing right now. There have been a lot of meetings. There was just one yesterday morning across the state natural resource agencies with NRCS and with our federal partners. And NRCS had some initial, it wasn't much, it was $2 million in EQIP funding that was emergency funding they got out the door. They just made that decision the other day of where to put that. And what's happening right now is collection of burn severity information. And once everyone has those burn severity maps, they can start getting really serious about figuring out what the ask is in terms of recovery and funds that are needed. And I know NRCS is really leading the charge, and maybe one of the only agencies that's going to have access to a lot of money to address this situation. And the way in which we're working with them on that is by overlaying our wildlife priorities on top of the burn severity maps and helping inform the decisions about where to allocate resources. So there's just one example. The agencies are all at the table. Very active discussions going on right now. Department of Forestry, very active with those burn severity data maps as well. So the work is underway.
Go ahead.
I just have one more comment, Sarah. As we've been building through this climate change adaptation presentations, I just get this sense that like our habitat division and ODF&W is just gaining more and more and more momentum towards the right direction. I just get this sense that we're becoming more relevant in the conversation than maybe 4 years ago or 5 years ago or however long I've been running around this place.
Thank you. Really, really appreciate that comment.
Nothing further for the director's report.
Then we will go to, give me just a minute to switch gears. Go to the temporary rules, sorry. Go ahead. Easier.
Okay. Commissioners, in your temporary rules packet, there are 9 rules that you have before you for ratification. 7 of those are really the ones that you're kind of used to seeing with the Columbia as we do in-season management. One of them you'll see is related to kind of fires and kind of hunting and tag holders. And then one is related to the nearshore commercial black rockfish fishery. And be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? If not, could we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to ratify the 9 temporary rules set forth on the September 13th, 2024 agenda.
I'll second.
I just wanted to mention that Kurt Melcher, the former director, was president just before he resigned as of the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and that group happened to have its meeting this year in Washington. So several of us were able to go, which was terrific. One thing that really echoes what we're hearing from our staff over and over, and we heard several times yesterday, was this whole partnership thing. There are so many pieces to landscape scale projects, and partnerships are the only way they work. And Washington did a great job of with some examples of what they're doing and amplified, if you will, what we're trying to do here. You know, what we just heard on the fires, and we had just looked at the report. When the director's report came out, it was 1.4 million acres in Oregon that had burned. By the time we got over here yesterday, it was 1.8 and still going. So the agencies clearly are getting this, and it was terrific to hear what Washington is doing. The one other thing I will mention, and then I'll give it to Dr. King for just a minute to mention something about the WAFWA meeting, is that other states, you never shouldn't love other people having the same miseries that you're having. But one of the things that they were grappling with that I found quite interesting was the whole question of fair chase, particularly high-tech gear and high-tech weapons, and how to do that, how to get in front of it, how to actually deal with that state by state. So it was worth going to, and I'll give it to Dr. King if you'd like to add anything.
Thank you, Chair Wall. The WAFWA meeting this year was hosted by Washington on their side of the lovely Columbia River Gorge. So we had the opportunity to go to Skamania Lodge, which is like here, beyond beautiful. I mean, an incredibly scenic setting with a bunch of really just lovely people. It was important, I think, for me. I'd never been to WAFWA, and so it was good to meet other commissioners from other states, hear their issues, and hear how much of what we're struggling with is the same, and then obviously what things are different, where we fare better, where we fare worse, etc. Some of the biggest issues that we heard over and over is some of the things that we talk about all the time, things like energy siting, things like wildlife crossings, and then some of the things that took kind of the most
the things that were hardest to grapple with are some of the things that we're grappling with, and the things that required some of the partnerships like the chair just mentioned. And really, it's just kind of those human factors. So kind of the demographic bomb that we're all dealing with in this entire society, in terms of as the boomers age out, as the other generations rise up, and what that means with all the shifting pieces and the shifting economics. And the kind of the acute change to pivot, to shift, but how? And how do we get a new funding model? And what does that mean? And how do we recruit and replace, or if we recruit and replace what we have, what happens if we don't? You know, some of those things, I think so many of the agencies were struggling with those exact same issues. So it was kind of nice to chat, brainstorm, hear what their thoughts were, and hear some of the strategies that they're coming up with and where we fare with it. And to know the fact that we are talking about it puts us in a good stead, because what I did notice is that there are some states that kind of aren't really even registering that yet. They're not even really processing and grappling with some of those issues. So the fact that we are, I think, says a lot about our state and our commission. That's all I have. Thank you.
Dr. King. Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, just real quick. As we know, it's tough to be a director of a Fish and Wildlife Agency nowadays. The Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies is pretty much all of the western states, about from the Mississippi west. And, you know, Director Melcher retired, and he's, you know, multi-decade career. And once a year, they recognize one person for, and I don't even remember the name of the award, but it's the most outstanding director in the western states. And our director, Kurt Melcher, received that award, and it was highly cherished by him. And I was very pleased that he was able to get that award to recognize his great years of service. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to throw one thing in, having been around the WAFWA setting a little bit, and doing exactly as Commissioner King says, looking at how other states are adapting to or responding to or don't even know about yet issues that are facing us in the Western states. I just want to do a little shout out to our Oregon Commission. We have a broad diversity of thinkers on this board who don't agree on everything, but we have managed to keep a tone of respect across this commission that is really important. And I see other commissions in other states that are struggling with that basic respect across viewpoints. And I will tell you that it adds to the problem when the commission is at a complete standoff with each other. Now, we're going to address issues today where I think there will be disagreement, but I trust the way we handle that as a commission, and I appreciate that. So that's part of what's good about going to WAFWA too, is going, geez, we're pretty good.
Thank you all. We'll go on then to public forum. And before we start public forum, I do want to mention something. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde just mentioned that we have a lot of people who are signed up for testimony later on today. So what we're going to do is during public forum, we just have a few people signed up. We'll leave the time limit at 3 minutes. But I'd like to give people a heads up right now that this afternoon, when we get, or later on this morning, even when we get to the ones that have a lot of people signed up, we're going to drop it to 2 minutes each. And I'm sorry to do that to people who have prepared 3 minutes, but if you could work with other people in your groups and that sort of thing, and maybe combine, and if you are saying what you have heard other people say and are able to just say ditto the last person, that's terrific. We'll get through these and have more time for discussion. We have, sometimes you could hear an exaggeration and say we got thousands of comments coming in over email. It's not an exaggeration in this case. We got thousands of comments. So we just need to try to have 2 minutes each for the testimony this afternoon when we get to those. So let's start with public forum if we could. And we have 5 people, Thaddeus Labhart, Kelly Peterson, Wayne Endicott, Mike Butner, and Colin Reynolds. So if we could start with Thaddeus Labhart. Well, that makes 3 minutes we get back. Thank you, and sorry we can't hear from him. Kelly Peterson. Kelly, are you online?
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Director Colbert, and Commissioners. I'm Kelly Peterson. I'm the Oregon State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. Thanks for allowing me to speak just briefly about revisiting setting trap check times for black bears and all game mammals. As a reminder, Quinn Reed, Bob Salinger, and I served on the trap check work group, which was convened by the Commission in 2021. And the scope included reviewing and providing recommendations for trap check times for predatory animals. And as stated in the summary notes of one of our earliest meetings, it was, if time permits, we could turn a focus to game mammals, which have no trap check time requirements at all in Oregon. However, the work group we never got to game mammals because even after months of meetings, the stakeholders, we were still too far apart on finding an agreeable recommendation for trap check times for predatory animals. That's why we're grateful to the Commission for your leadership in strengthening Oregon's trap check times for predatory animals to 48 hours and restraining traps, consistent with what is in place for fur bearers. And we continue to believe that the appropriate venue for addressing this issue is before the Commission. And the evolution of modernizing Oregon's trap check times goes back a ways, 20 plus years. And while the Commission voted in 2022 to move the needle forward for predatory animals, which we're appreciative of, there does remain a hole in our trap check times for black bears and other game mammals. Because in Oregon, nearly 200 black bears each year are trapped and killed primarily for damage. And this means then that game mammals can suffer for days and weeks exposed to heat, dehydration, injury, experiencing, extended psychological distress until the trapper returns. And so if we can agree that animals suffer in traps, and I hope we can, how can we justify not having a trap check time for game mammals simply because of their classification? And it's a classification in rule that essentially exempts them from protections and from minimizing their suffering. And while Oregon doesn't allow recreational trapping of game mammals, there is still trapping of game mammals for damage. And it shouldn't matter the why the trapping is done. Trap check times should be consistent with the values and standards we have set for other wildlife, like fur bears and predatory animals, no matter the why. So I'm here to ask that at a future meeting for a staff proposal that considers and mandates a 48-hour trap check time for game mammals, reducing the amount of hours of unneeded suffering for all wildlife trapped in Oregon for any reason, any trapper, whether it's a landowner or an agent of the state or wildlife services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelly. And just to remind people of something I should have mentioned before public forum started is that we listen carefully. We don't typically take action immediately when we hear things in public forum. So that's what we're doing with public forum. If we could have Wayne Endicott as the next person, and you'll also have 3 minutes.
Is our timer working?
We're getting it. Yep.
How to sync doing the timer. It's been a couple of years.
From your, could you just push the bar?
There we go.
Perfect. Thank you.
Members of the commission, my name is Wayne Endicott. I'm Vice President of Oregon Bow Hunters, and I do want to support staff's recommendations on black bear membership. Of course, we love the opportunity for black bear, but that's not why I'm here today. Today, I'm here to discuss our new mule deer plan that we're going to initiate. I have 4 generations that we've hunted the Steens and recreated in the Steens and fished the Steens for years. And I feel we're in a very, very dire situation with mule deer in the Steens. The population, and I'm a distance runner. I can cover a respectable amount of miles in a few days. And this year in July, I went over and spent some time in the Steens. And for the last 4 years, I've been in the Steens, and I've seen From 1971 to present date, it's devastated. We do not have a seed population left in the Steens. It's due to a lot of things, and what the Steens doesn't have that other units have. It doesn't have highway deprivation, poaching. It doesn't have a road network. It's an island. It doesn't have much in the way of migration. It has its own winter area, which your commission ratified that the tribes could actually harvest deer on the refuge, which was the winter area for the Steens here, I believe, a year ago or 2 years ago. That said, I did the 3 days in the Steens and I never saw a deer. In 1971, I visually saw 300 deer in the Kyger Gorge on one hillside. And we are in just a horrible situation with the Steens and population. I presented in 2010, we had 3 meetings on a weapon rotation hunt. It would be the first of its kind. It was called a Core Mule Deer Recovery Program. ODF&W granted us 3 meetings. It was determined at that time that we weren't going to apply the program. I think I would love to see as a commission that you would pressure, staff to come up with a pilot program. We've done pilot programs on elk all over the state. We've done nothing with mule deer. And, the whole, everything that applies, to what we've seen as mule deer, either recovery or deprivation doesn't apply in the Steens. We have tremendous populations, or we have tremendous habitat there. It's an island of itself. And my weapon rotation plan, I think, would be the Steens would be a perfect pilot program for that. A 9-year program that would cut it to 25 tags, and the weapon rotation would simply go, archery 1 year, muzzleloader the next, and then rifle on the 3rd year, and then would rotate back. 1 7-day hunt in the middle of October. Because, granted, what we can put our finger on is, harvest. That's the one thing that we can put our finger on, and I think we have to do it in this area. Trap and transplant, and I realize I'm out of time, trap and transplant within the state from like Murders Creek, we're above MOs, to the Steens, I think also would be super critical. But that's, and I submitted, just a short testimony. You probably saw it.
We have it.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Wayne.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. The next person is Mike Butner, Oregon Water Utility Council.
Yep. Hello. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Yes. Go ahead.
All right. Hello, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the Commission, and Director Colbert. Good to see you all. My name is Mike Bittner. I'm the Utilities Director for the City of Bend. I have just a few comments here and a request. I'll be very brief. Before I do, let me just say thank you to each of you as commissioners. I think we all recognize that being a commissioner is a bit of a thankless task. You do an incredible lot of work, and it's really vitally important to us in the water world. And so thank you for carving out time out of your schedule to do these 2-day tours, to travel around the state, to be accessible. It is meaningful work. So thank you very much for the work that you're doing up there and along the gorge today. It looks pretty beautiful. So I'll go dive right in here. Oregon Water Utility Council is a committee of the American Water Works Association. We're made up of cities, special districts, public utility districts, and provide water to 75% of Oregon's population. On behalf of the Oregon Water Utility Council, I wanted to provide some comment on some recent in-stream water right applications submitted by ODF&W in the Upper Willamette Basin area. Some quick background for you. In 2024, in July of 2024, ODF&W filed roughly 100 applications for in-stream water rights in the Northern Willamette Basin. Municipal water providers support the protection of in-stream flows and ODF&W's efforts to file these applications. To be perfectly clear, we're on board with your mission to protect and enhance fish and wildlife and so on. But unfortunately, many local governments and water providers weren't fully aware. This caused quite a bit of confusion in the water community and the potential impacts on water suppliers in the Willamette area. Also provided some confusion or created some confusion about ODF&W's actions and their underlying intent here. So my request to you all as commissioners is to direct ODF&W staff to request that these pending in-stream water right applications be put on administrative hold after the public comment period. It's our understanding that that's the procedural step that would be possible here for ODF&W staff to make the recommendation to Oregon Water Resource Department that these be put on hold for up to 180 days after that public comment period. That's not to delay or suspend filing the applications. To be clear, we support the applications and the in-stream water rights, but we need more time to assess the potential impacts and then address any concerns with ODF and W. That's it. Pretty simple request. Hoping we can have some more conversation on that topic. Thank you, commissioners, and all you do. Appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you bringing that to us. And the next person will be Colin Reynolds, and you also will have 3 minutes.
Fantastic. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Colin Reynolds, and I'm the new manager of the Oregon and Washington programs at Defenders of Wildlife. Defenders of Wildlife is a national nonprofit conservation organization dedicated to the protection of all native plants and animals in their natural communities. We have over 2 million members and supporters nationwide, including over 45,000 in Oregon. Defenders is also a member of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition. I am based in Portland and so wanted to attend today's meeting in person, but I'm solo parenting this week, and I doubt y'all wanted to see our newly walking 15-month boy go up and down the aisles of the meeting room. That said, attending virtually is the next best thing, and thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly today. In Oregon, alongside myself, I'm proud to announce we also recently hired a new wolf coexistence lead, and I know he's excited to get out in the field to meet agency staff, NGO partners, and landowners. Together, we look forward to working alongside the department to reduce wildlife conflicts and to find solutions to living alongside wildlife. Separately, I wanted to quickly take the opportunity to thank the Commission for voting to list southern resident orcas in February, and we look forward to following the development of the Endangered Species Management Plan. I've also enjoyed following orca-related postings on ODFW's social media accounts for the last few days. I also want to express our intent to contribute meaningfully to future commission meetings, and I hope to be able to meet y'all in person in the future. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to thank ODFW for their amazing work and collaboration. I've had nothing but fantastic experiences working with ODFW staff, both at an in-depth level and also at a level where staff just answer my questions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you to Michelle for all your help in getting me set up today. And I look forward to meeting you all in person at a future public meeting or tour.
Thank you, Colin. Appreciate it. And we will move on to commission meeting minutes. Commissioners, are there any questions or thoughts? If not, could I have a motion?
I move to approve the August 9th, 2024 meeting minutes and with continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the August 9, 2024 meeting minutes as was just read into the record. Let's do a thumb vote on this, commissioners, if you will. And Michelle, it's everybody, so it's unanimous. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back and start on the commercial Dungeness crab regulations.
crab population spatial distribution, which have resulted in changing fishing patterns. Similarly, addressing increasingly common biotoxin presence also changes where fishing effort is concentrated. For example, delays in the season start will shift effort later in the season than if the season were to start December 1st. Here I'd like to make a few connections between actions taken by this commission and progress to date on developing a conservation plan, or CP, that will ensure that an economically viable Dungeness crab fishery can coexist with ESA-listed species. The conservation plan purpose is to minimize and mitigate, to the maximum extent practicable, harmful impacts to federally protected whale and turtle species from interactions with the commercial Dungeness crab fishery. This includes an assessment of impacts to these species and their habitat in support of an incidental take permit application under the Endangered Species Act. Take of ESA-listed whale species is unlawful with a special exemption like an incidental take permit, and line marking is a critical part of our permit application. This diagram shows 3 elements of the CP: conservation measures to minimize entanglements and mitigate impacts, monitoring to assess the effectiveness and inform adaptive management, and adaptive management to ensure objectives and permit conditions are met. In 2019, the Commission approved fishery accountability measures to set the foundation for monitoring. These measures include the adoption of electronic fish tickets, harvest area designation, buoy registration, and buoy marking for the recreational fishery. In 2020, the Commission set primary conservation measures for reducing entanglement risk with late season regulations that were adopted with a sunset date. And just last year, the Commission refined these conservation measures, removed the sunset date on the late season regulations, and established surface gear maximums. As we were closing in on our final revisions of the CP before submitting to NMFS this winter, we are here today to propose one of 2 additional measures that are essential to effective monitoring of the plan: line marking. Staff plans to propose full vessel monitoring and electronic logbook requirements in a regulatory proposal to the Commission, likely next fall, as the second critical aspect of monitoring within the conservation plan. Oops. Today, our first issue for you to consider is a set of measures to help identify fisheries involved in marine life entanglement. The National Marine Fisheries Service does detailed analysis of reported entanglements in fishing gear. This figure shows the percentage of West Coast entanglements attributed to different fishery sources. As you can see from the large gray portion, just over 50% of entanglements are currently unable to be identified to a specific source. Of those entanglements where a fishery source is able to be identified, over half are attributed to one of the West Coast commercial crab fisheries. The rest include other pot or trap fisheries, net fisheries, or non-fishery sources. So with the current marking in place, this large proportion of unidentified gear remains, and we, NMFS, and other West Coast states see line marking as the next logical step for decreasing that proportion of unidentified gear. Line marking should improve how sources of entanglements are attributed. If the line involved in an entanglement does not have markings of Oregon Dungeness crab gear, then we'll know that Oregon Dungeness crab gear is not responsible. As more West Coast fixed gear fisheries adopt line marking, the percent of gear labeled as unidentified in entanglements will decrease. The more we know about the problem, the more informed we are, and the better we can address with future management actions that could reduce future entanglements. We see line marking as a critical step in receiving an incidental take permit for the Oregon Dungeness crab fishery. We have been clearly told by NMFS that we need to be better able to monitor the gear involved in entanglements, and line marking should help in that area. This first phase, phase 1, is with the surface line. We are presenting new requirements for line marking in 2 phases. The first phase involves marking line that is most commonly found in whale entanglements, which is the uppermost part of the gear. This line is referred to as surface line or trailer line, and is the line that connects the buoys together. This first phase, effective in the 25-26 season, will require yellow and black line for the surface line connecting buoys and will exclude the buoy ganyons, which are short lengths of line passing through the buoys used for attachment. The diagram on the left shows manufactured yellow and black line used between the buoys. The alternative to using manufactured line is allowing fishermen to add a set of 2-foot yellow and black marks onto existing line as shown on the right. This transitional method of marking surface gear will be allowed through the 2032-33 season, and then manufactured yellow and black line will be required. For gear with a single buoy or no surface line other than the buoy ganyons, all line within 1 fathom of the main buoy must be marked line during the initial phase. The second phase of line marking that we are presenting involves extending line marking requirements to the upper 15 fathoms of the vertical line beginning in the 2028-29 season. Diagram on the left shows the surface line marking from phase 1, but also shows manufactured yellow and black line in the upper 15 fathoms or 90 feet. To the right shows a transitional solid marking method where a set of 2-foot alternating yellow and black line marks must be placed within the upper 15 fathoms of the main line so that there is one at each end and one in the middle. Like the surface gear, this marking method will be allowed during a transitional period until manufactured line will be required in the 2030, after the 2032-33 season. Staff recommend including a provision in these measures to allow for the bottom 5 fathoms of the main line closest to the pot to be of any color. In practice, this means that when less than 20 fathoms of line are used, usually when they're fishing at shallow depths, the amount of mark line may be less than 15 fathoms. So how did we arrive at these recommendations? The department has been working closely with the Washington and California Fish and Wildlife Agencies, NIMS, and stakeholders on developing coordinated line marking requirements for the West Coast crab fisheries. The color patterns, marking methods, and phased implementation have all been discussed with industry members, and the 3 states are all working to align rulemaking timelines. Here you'll see the 3 color patterns for the 3 West Coast crab fisheries. For the Oregon Dungeness crab fishery, for the surface line in phase 1, and for the 15 fathoms of line closest to the buoy attachment in phase 2, we are proposing dual colored yellow and black line with the majority of strands yellow and at least 1/3 of the strands colored black. Note that these lines shown here for California, purple and black, and for Washington, red and black, all have black strands. This has been the agreed upon method to mark all West Coast Dungeness crab gear, with each state having a unique color in addition to black. Please also note that the manufactured line color shown here is what is expected to be adopted by the other states, but is not currently in their respective regulations. With these color patterns, if these lines are involved with a marine life entanglement event, there will be easily identifiable evidence from which fishery the gear should be attributed to, and also which fishery it should not. The selected pairs provide strong contrast, so they are easy for people to see from photo or video documentation, and are not intended to be a deterrence for whales in any way. The line shown here is produced by the same manufacturers that produce the strong and durable line used by commercial crabbers today. Substantial public involvement and input contributed to the proposed line marking measures in this exhibit. In general, crab industry participants had significant concerns about the cost and burden of line marking, and were supportive of limiting the number and/or size of required marks. And they also wanted to allow for flexibility to use manufactured line or individually applied marks. And they also wanted to phase in requirements with longer implementation times to account for the natural replacement of line. Conservation groups were also generally supportive of allowing for manufactured line, but encouraged the department to expand the amount of line marked and expedite the implementation of requirements. Staff is recommending requirements that balance these interests by requiring sufficiently marked line to provide a high likelihood of being effective for identification while being operationally and economically feasible for industry. From 2013 through 2020, the surface gear was available for potential identification of line of a line mark in 2/3 of all confirmed whale entanglements involving pot or trap fishery gear. Of these entanglements, the upper 5 fathoms of line was available in over half the cases. Therefore, as for the placement of marks, staff recommend requiring marked line to be used at the surface during the initial phase in 25-26. And staff further recommend requiring marked line to be used for the upper 15 fathoms of the main line during the second phase, beginning in 2028-29 season. The upper 15 fathom main line marking requirement is a compromise between feedback from NIMS and conservation groups to maximize the amount of line marked, and from industry to limit the extent of marking to address feasibility and cost concerns. From an analysis of ODF&W Dungeness crab logbook data covering 9 fishing seasons, having 15 fathoms of main line marked would have ensured that most gear, over 50% of the pots pulled, had at least 30% of the vertical line marked during any given month of the season. We further recommend the prohibition of specific line marks or colored line that are required in any West Coast fishery from being used in other commercial and recreational fisheries to prevent attributing line to the wrong fishery. Washington and California Fish and Wildlife agencies are also planning to pass similar regulations. Moving along from the line marking issue, issue 2 includes proposals for 1 new regulation and 2 minor rule amendments to improve season opening processes and operational efficiency within the commercial crab fishery. The Tri-State Dungeness Crab Committee met in May 2024 and agreed to several minor revisions to the preseason testing protocol. The changes include adding information that will be posted with each round of testing results, describing how cooked test crab will be stored overnight if needed, and removing reference to 2 areas to allow for multiple area openings, and finally clarifying California statutory restriction prohibiting delay until February 15. Next, for the past 2 season openings, the department adopted a temporary rule to allow commercial crab vessels to transit and deliver crab into certain closed areas if they carry active vessel monitoring systems or VMS. Today, staff recommend adopting permanent rules to allow vessels to transit and deliver crab into any Oregon port of their choosing, which can increase operational efficiency and safety. This occurs when there are different season opening dates among areas, for example. And without this rule, a vessel transiting a closed area to deliver their catch would be unlawful. The department has supported industry-funded in-season derelict gear recovery efforts by issuing waivers that exempt vessels under state contract from derelict gear retrieval limits by temporary rule. These waivers allowed contracted vessels to efficiently recover as much derelict gear as they encounter per recovery trip. The Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission and the contracted vessel operators have supported issuance of the waivers in each year of the in-season derelict gear program, and no concerns have been raised to the department about the waivers to date. Today, staff recommends adopting permanent rules to allow the department to issue waivers for any future contracted derelict gear programs. So in summary, I presented 2 different issues, one around line issue, and then a few minor rule changes and amendment to the season opening and transiting through closed areas. And we'll just close there and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions. Let's start with Commissioner Khalil and then Commissioner King.
Hi, thank you for this. My question, so all of this is about getting more information on where whales are getting entangled or where the gear is coming from. What measures are being taken to prevent whale entanglement from happening at all? Is there ropeless fishing gear that is used for Dungeness crab like it is for lobster?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil, ropeless fishing gear is currently being tested, and we've been paying attention to studies on ropeless fishing gear. Ropeless fishing gear right now is prohibitively expensive. It's many, hundreds to thousands of dollars per piece. We are in favor of continuing to see how that would help alleviate and minimize entanglements. But until that, and we're also concerned about potential interactions with other fishing gear, because as currently you see a buoy, you know that there's a crab pot there. Other fishermen are able to avoid that. If there's not a buoy there, how are other fishermen that might be fishing in the area that would contact that ropeless gear? So there's still some things to be worked out, but that might be a solution to allow fishermen to not only just reduce the amount of vertical lines, but perhaps fishing in more areas where we're currently have depth restrictions, for example. And Colin Kelly for any additional comment.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just add to the first part and to respond to the first part of your question in terms of what's in place in Oregon to reduce risk. And those are the late season measures that were first adopted by the commission in a temporary fashion for reduction of gear into the late season and a depth restriction of 40 fathoms. And those are the primary ones that were then last summer adopted into permanent, or the sunset of those measures eliminated.
Thank you, Dr. King.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and thank you for the presentation. Justin, you explained to me yesterday during our lovely tour that we had, that there are potentially some measures that might offset the cost of the new gear that these fishermen have to buy, because that's one of the reasons we're seeing for some of the resistance. So can you please tell me what that is again? Explain it, because you did tell me the name of the program and the term and what you guys were thinking about doing, but I'll let you answer the question because you did tell me yesterday.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, a couple of points here about the cost. First, as I presented, the implementation timelines allowing for a transitional marking method allows fishermen to use their existing line for around 9 years until what we're proposing is to phase in manufactured line. So and also that allows for the natural replacement of line as fishermen have to do frequently. And the program that I was mentioning was something that I had just learned about from our colleagues from California. They are also proposing the similar line marking, and we expect rules to be developed or to be in place early next year in California. And so the California Department of Fish and Wildlife worked with the California Ocean Protection Council, and that's a state program that in California, so that probably wouldn't necessarily be available for us to help alleviate the cost for Oregon fishermen. But certainly once we have a plan in place here we would look and work with industry, work with our Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission and also with NIMS and to explore grant opportunities and additional funding that would be available either through federal programs or elsewise for grants to help alleviate the cost and help fishermen comply with regulations.
And could you, my follow-on question is, can you explain how much cost is it going to be? I guess it depends on how many pots they have, obviously, but what is the average, like each pot costs how much, and like what kind of burden are we putting them under by this replacement?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. King. Total cost will vary, like you said, by what tier pot limit that each individual has. Those range between 200 and 500 pots, and the estimated cost the department has put together for a complete transition to the manufactured line is about $27 a pot. That equates to $5,400 for the lower tier, up to about $13,500 for the 500 pot tier per individual. Like Justin mentioned in his presentation and also reiterated there, the way we are trying to help alleviate some of those is the transitional marking to allow for a 9-year period for industry to transition if they are not wanting to transition to the manufactured line and bear that burden all at one time. And because there is an attrition of line over time that they have to purchase additional line. it is our understanding that it is not an additional cost to make the different colored line. It is the same cost as purchasing line as they are using in the fishery now.
And then we'll go to testimony if we can. Thank you for the cue. I have a few questions. The first one is, and I think you already answered it, but the ropeless and pop-up, is that the same thing?
Correct.
Thank you. That helps. In the public discussion, could you just talk a little bit about who was engaged? Because we had a discussion the last couple of times this has come before the commission about whether we have, clearly we are talking with industry and others. Could you just talk about who the and others are so we know how full that is?
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. We have two main advisory groups with the department that we've been discussing this issue with, in addition to our outreach and public meetings. Those two groups are our industry advisory group and then our stakeholder group specifically for this issue, our Oregon Entanglement Advisory Group. Oregon Entanglement Advisory Group. That group involves industry stakeholders as well as NGO representatives, recreational fishery representatives, NIMS advisors, as well as gear specialists as well. Those are the main folks that we have been working with on this issue for a very long period of time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. One other one is, with the different colors, when that is in place, if a whale is entangled here and goes to one of the other neighboring states, will we know that? Is that part of the interstate cooperation that we would know that, and that one of ours was, that it was our gear?
Chair Wall, yes. Currently, when there are entanglements anywhere on the West Coast, there is communication that is reported through the National Marine Fisheries Service to us about the details of the entanglement. And oftentimes there's some photos or video. Sometimes there's not. So we would expect that any future entanglements and they would see the line, and that, if it's yellow and black line, then there would be, some analysis to say, okay, well, we know what state that came from. Currently, and if you recall the pie chart, I showed up there, about 50% are unattributed.
Right.
The other half, usually because of buoys attached, or there might be a buoy tag that is part of the entanglements. The buoy tags are unique among the 3 states, so Washington tags are different than California and Oregon. So currently, they are able to identify some of the entanglements to an individual state and individual fishery. So what our hope here is that this would just further that and improve that attribution. Because often there is not a buoy present, and it's really just a rope, and the rope used in multiple fisheries is typically blue and green, and you can't really determine where it came from or what fishery it came from. So this yellow and black line will just help with that.
Thank you. That's helpful. Last question, and then we'll go to testimony because we do have quite a few. Could you, in just a couple sentences, summarize how this will play out if there is an entanglement, and we know that it's one of ours from Oregon, in terms of how the plan would, we have some things in place, and then if there is an entanglement, what are the triggers, and how do other protections kick in?
So as I understand the question, just how, are you talking about the entanglement response?
Yes,
to an individual
response, and
entanglement?
what's in our conservation plan in terms of how this plays out?
Sure, I think this, there are triggers in terms of the amount of entanglements that we have in our conservation plan. So, the conservation plan, will be submitting it just to NIMS, the end of the year, beginning of next year. And in there are triggers that we're proposing that would, if there are after a certain amount of entanglements for different species, depending on the distinct population segments, there may be additional measures that we would have to take. And so these are things that we would consult with NIMS about how addressing and these are entanglements if we have much more than what we're seeing today. And so the line that we're having here, the line that we're proposing and the other West Coast states are proposing in their commercial Dungeness crab fishery will just be able to determine, which state it came from. Right now, when there's unattributed, we have to take some responsibility for those because it's unidentified. Maybe it is Oregon gear that's untangled. So once we have a West Coast fisheries adoption of more line marking, that it'll just help with that. But within the conservation plan, what we're proposing are some triggers that would affect where some of our fishery occurs and at what depth. And so there might be some triggers that would occur.
Thank you. That helps. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Commissioner Spellbrink.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, and I was going to add, I think overall it's a critical step in getting that incidental take permit. This is, and I believe that was put forth by NIMS, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. Then don't go far, just because we will ask you back up, no doubt. But we're going to start through people who would like to testify. And there are more people than we thought were going to testify on this one. So we're asking people to keep it to 2 minutes, if you will. Doug Butler, Justin Yeager, Josh Wally, Francine Kershaw, Crystal Adams, Perry Bordeaux, Joe Mulkey, Rachel Plants, and Gary Ripka. So whoops, I'm seeing a shake of the head. Doug Butler and Justin Yeager and Josh Wally are the first three.
Mr. Butler is not in the virtual room.
Justin Yeager.
Hi, good morning, Commission Director, and good morning, Kelly, Justin. I'm here, I guess, to support staff recommendation for line marking. I would like to see it simplified to just the requirement for just manufactured line, because I don't think we have any really good way to market that'll stay with it for a period of time and be recognizable. I think that's important for all the states to be on the same page with the manufactured line requirement. One rule for everybody. Gosh, there's a lot here, but I do support it, like the timeline. One thing that wasn't brought up is there's a take reduction team being convened next fall, and that's with the feds, and we're going to be on really short timelines as far as resolution and coming up with solutions, working with the feds on this issue. Whale entanglement and the take reduction team that's being convened next fall. So this is something that the states, the fishermen can work on ahead of that, and hopefully we can work it out because it's going to be tougher in that setting. But I guess that's about it. I'll keep it short, but I do like one rule. I think the cost long-term is more than what Kelly described. My estimation, I own 3 high-tier permits based out of Newport. If I was to buy a color coated line for all the boats right now and just without, allowing for natural attritional line, it's about $100,000 per boat to switch the line over. It's very expensive. I'm not exactly sure of the cost. That's an estimate at $200 a coil. And I think it's around that, Dean Fleck. So he might be on here somewhere to confirm that, but it's pretty expensive to buy line. And if you we buy 100 fathoms of rope for each pot, not because we fish that much, but we have the capability of fishing that far if we decide to, and we have to own the line to be able to have that option during the season to move out deeper. So I think the cost is a lot more, but it's important, and we're trying to defend the fishery and be responsible. I say get it going. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin, for keeping with the time, for your comments, and also for giving us both what works and what doesn't. It's useful to hear that. Josh Whaley, if I have your name right, please, and then Francine Kershaw. And if both of you want to come up at the same time, that's great. Oh, never mind, Francine. Go ahead, Josh.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Third time was the charm on the last name.
Sorry.
Just a few notes that I wanted to bring up. First of all, I want to say that I support and acknowledge staff's efforts. I don't see ourselves as odds with them. I see us as partners with them. I just think it is a bit of a shame that we're spending such a large share of their time and talent on this particular topic. I just think there's better places that they could be using such time. Back to the cost issue, what Justin said is more like what the numbers that we've heard from our fishing operation. But I would also be clear that there are some residents that you would times that number by 3. Some of us have Oregon, Washington, and California permits, single boats that do that. Our row pile that was at one time used for 1 gear pile, it could be moved to any state, now turns into 3 separate whole gear piles. So just recognize that cost and effort that adds into that. And then finally, I would just say that I don't know that in our particular case, we're as worried about the investment as we are worried that the investment is going to a measurable future. So as of right now, this is a measure to, what's the word that would be called? It's a necessary but insufficient. And so we've heard now for several years that we need to do this or that in order to achieve our take permit. This is yet another example of another measure that does not guarantee us a take permit. So it's not that we're not willing to make the effort. We just want to make sure the effort is going to the right purpose. And if we can encourage this group to support staff in whatever levels of influence or pressure we need on NMFS or NOAA or whoever grants this take permit, I ask that you support them in applying said pressure so that we can have some measurable results and some consistency into the future. Thank you.
Say it again, because
Just realized that my tape was off. Francine Kershaw and Crystal Adams. And after that will be Perry Bordeaux.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall and Commissioners. My name is Francine Kershaw, and I'm a senior scientist with the Natural Resources Defense Council. As stated in a letter that we submitted along six other environmental organizations in advance of this meeting, we support the adoption of new regulations for commercial Dungeness crab line marking as an important tool for improving accountability, learning, and management, and we thank the department for their work. The proposed regulations, while definitely a positive step, fall short of enabling the reliable identification of Oregon Dungeness crab gear, and the proposed timeline is also unnecessarily protracted. Given the urgency of the whale entanglement problem, the 9-year delay before manufactured dual-colored vertical line markings would be required is risky and unwarranted. We do understand that there are costs associated with transitioning all vertical lines to uniform manufactured line, and therefore in the letter we recommend a phased approach for line marking measures that would allow for the orderly transition to fully manufactured unique vertical and surface lines by 2028 to maximize probability of fishing attribution in the short term and in the long term. And if I may just quickly, I'd like to provide some information for the record on the status of pop-up fishing gear. Last spring, 19 fishers from the various Central and Northern California communities successfully harvested 229,000 pounds of Dungeness crab with pop-up gear worth an estimated $1.6 million under an experimental fishing permit. And this was using an affordable technology option developed by Subsea Sonics and Guardian Ropeless Systems. The participants of that permit set 23,048 traps on 2,361 gear deployments, and the gear performed at a 98% reliability rate. And gear loss rate during the testing was also only 1.6%, which was less than the 5 to 10% annual gear loss for conventional gear that's been estimated by those fishery participants. So given these successes this year, it seems a good time for this potential solution to be given a closer look by the department. So thank you so much for your work on this issue and the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Francine, and we'll go to Crystal Adams. And if you'll introduce yourself for the record as well.
Hi, Crystal Adams, Executive Director of the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission. Thank you so much for your time. I will mirror Josh Whaley's sentiments, and myself and Rachel Ploutz will not be speaking. We'll let the fishermen speak because there's a great turnout, and we're really excited about that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Then we will go to Perry Bordeaux and Joe Mulkey.
Hello, this is Perry Bordeaux. I'm a permit holder and fisherman out of Newport, Oregon. Thank you for the time. I support staff recommendations. There's a small tweak in there. We've been working on trying to figure out how to do this interim marking in a reliable and lasting manner, because obviously there's some confusion there with interim with some folks. It's not a temporary mark. We're trying to do a permanent mark here. So we tried different methods. Personally, I've tried the paint and tape and spliced twine methods, and the paint and tape both seem to be unreliable in terms of their longevity. I've talked to other fishermen who have tried the heat shrink tubing, and they say that basically the color bleaches out. So the twine is really the only one that we've found that we could trust is going to reliably still be observable after an undetermined amount of time that a pot might be lost out there before it gets entangled around a whale and then gets to wherever it's going. The problem that we identified when Kelly and I were talking about that is that the language right now refers to a solid mark. And I gave a sample of line to Kelly showing what the twine could look like there, and basically is very observable, but it's not solid. So that might be a very minor language tweak to be able to achieve those interim marks. All that said, if we found some sort of a funding source to offset, because not all fishermen can afford the roughly $27 per pot that would cost to replace with the manufactured line, and that number that Kelly gave you earlier is, or I forget if it's Kelly or Justin, but that is a good number based on retail prices for the line and labor costs. If we don't find that funding to be able to help along, then we are looking at that 7, 8, 9 years, but in order to not put an undue burden on some of the fishermen that don't have those resources. Yeah, basically support staff recommendations, hope for a small tweak there in the language, and we hope that we can get ahead of this. Thank you for your time, and thanks.
Thank you, Perry. I appreciate your brevity and the points very much. So go ahead, Joe. And after that is Gary Ripka.
So for mostly, I just want to reiterate what Josh said. I think he did a pretty good job there. I would like to expand on the cost, just so you guys have a little better understanding of it. It's kind of been said, yeah, we're only going to need the top 15 fathoms and that sort of stuff. But the way that fishermen have to operate to add and subtract gear, it doesn't work to just have 15 fathoms. We will have to mark our gear from top all the way to the bottom, no matter what depth we're in. It is how it will end up being, and that's where we end up with, the $100,000 type thing for doing this. And then, as it was kind of mentioned, I think it's important that hopefully ODF and W can help us find grants or funding to help us do this. It's kind of like when National Marine Fisheries required us to put VMSs on our boat. We paid for it up front, submitted our receipts, and then we were reimbursed for that cost. And it would be really nice if, because this is getting forced on us, that we could have some help with that. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Joe. And that was Joe Mulkey,
Yeah.
correct? Just for the record.
Joe Mulkey.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Gary Ripka.
My name's Gary Ripka. I own the fishing vessel Genoa, the fishing vessel Tabitha. I'm currently the president of the Newport Marketing Association. We roughly have 80 members. I'm also sit on the Crab Advisory Board. I've been polling my membership, and my membership, I'd never seen where crab fishermen agreed on something. That all these measures that we're doing here are not going to save one whale. They're not going to save a whale. And people aren't even discussing that. The people that want to save the whales are also, they don't want us putting plastics in the landfill because we're going to have to get rid of a lot of that rope. On the Genoa last year, we spliced up 1,500 trailer straps. And now we found out, new rope, that they're not going to be legal under the new rules. We followed one rule, and then the goalposts were moved again. Very frustrating. Kind of like a kick in the teeth. I do support some kind of line marking but I think there's other ways to do this. And it's a little bit frustrating to me that the ODFW didn't come to us and say, let's work as a group and look at some other options here besides just the rope. Maybe we can, I use colored electrical tape for our black cod gear. And we've had really good luck with that. Don't know if it would work good on Dungeness gear, but maybe we should explore those and try those. Splicing markers in the line instead of colored rope. See, everybody else has, the other two states have colored rope. For us, and the question is, why do we even have to do it? Because the other ones have colored rope. And if you get entanglement on our stuff and it's not colored rope, then it's Oregon. So, and that's kind of a back and forth argument. But we do need, if we're going to do something, we do need, maybe look at different options that are less expensive for the fleet. I've got 2 vessels. Like Justin said, give me a couple $100,000. So that's about all I got to say.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Let's have staff come back up and commissioners, questions for staff after we've heard testimony. Let's start with Commissioner Spellbrink and then Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde and then Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'll just start with this because there's no real time to throw something like this in, but I just wanted to, at this time, declare a potential conflict of interest in issues affecting and relating to the Dungeness crab fishery. I was a commercial Dungeness crab fisherman for 40 years, and my business, Allied Marine Incorporated, owns an Oregon Dungeness crab permit and retains partial ownership of a 56-foot crab fishing vessel, the Alliance. Okay.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Spellbrink.
I'll have some more to say too, but.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I just have a quick initial question. It sounds like that California had already figured out how to help their fishermen fund this line. And I can't remember what you said the mechanism for that was for California fishermen.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. This was just something I learned about this week when I was meeting with my colleagues, and maybe we had learned about it before, but it was just brought to mind. So this was through the California Ocean Protection Council, which I believe is a body that works with their legislature and provides funding for various projects. And so they were able to, the Fish and Wildlife Agency in California was able to apply and receive funding through this Ocean Protection Council. There may be similar opportunities in Oregon, but and we have not directly pursued those until we were sure that until we have some assurance what our proposal is approved. So turn to Kelly for additional information.
Yeah, I'll just add that is partial funding. It is not a complete funding for the entire proposal.
So do we know if Washington has, I mean, where are we in California in terms of replacing this line? Is it already done in California or what's going on here?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, their timeline in California is roughly similar to ours. They're submitting their conservation plan within this winter as well, and they'll be presenting proposals for rulemaking, I think, at the beginning of next year. So just a few months behind us in terms of, but currently there's not a regulation in place for line marking in California. Washington similarly is just several months behind us. They're still, both California and Washington are still during a public comment phase for their proposed rulemaking.
So have we done, as Oregon, a full economic analysis of what we think it's going to cost the fleet to completely do this across the fleet in Oregon? Do we have an idea on that? Like, I realize that we're hearing that $27 a pot thing. I hate using crab pot terms since I'm not an ocean person, so I'll probably say the wrong terms.
Yeah, and so using the estimates I provided to Dr. King, the 27 per pot for just the amount of line that we are proposing requiring for complete without attrition of any line would be about $4 million.
$4 million. Okay. I guess just an initial thought that I have is first, we do not want one whale entangled, right? We don't want that to be happening. So I want to be really clear on that. But I also feel like when we bring something like this, we ought to have looked into some grants or looked into how we're going to offset this cost before we put it in. Now, maybe this interim period of time, or we need to do the twine, colored twine. I mean, how do things hold up in the ocean? Probably pretty rough, right? Maybe there's something we can do for the interim, but I just feel like this is something where others should bring in some resources to help really make this happen. So that's my thought right at the second.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink, you said you wanted to say more, and then I have a couple questions.
Sure, I'll go right now a little bit. I might just do some quick explanations here on the different costs. Some fishermen said $100,000. Well, in the crab fishery, time is money, basically. And so we're always changing line lengths. You might be fishing in 20 fathoms one day, and you might be fishing in 60 fathoms the next day. So that entails removing one line, putting another line on, or taking a line off. So if you're shortening up, usually, on a normal year, you start deeper and then you'll work in a lot of times as the weather gets better and stuff. So now you have to take, for speed, you'd want all the line the same so you could take off top shots and then your bottom line would be the same. Instead, you're going to have to take off shots in between, take your 15 fathom shot down below. So it's just how much line a guy wants to buy to make the operation go more smoothly. And right now I know several guys that actually tried to buy the line, and right now they won't even have it available. They don't have enough line available for them to do it if they want to do it by the next season. So that's one factor also. But and I might talk about the ropeless fishing gear. It sounds like a good idea, but there again, time is money, and in the crab fishery. And at the beginning of the season, if current's good and everything, you get through your 500 pots in 18 hours if current's perfect. Maybe 24 hours if you have to fight it a little bit. So how, and then if the fishing's good, you turn right around and start again, maybe take a 3-hour nap and go after it again. So I don't know how you would get your ropeless gear to, to pop up at the right time, because I think they work with zincs and they basically pop up after a certain amount of time. So it really wouldn't work very well with the Dungeness crab fishery. To start with, you may be pulling the gear every 24 hours, and then later on you might be pulling it every 3 days. So I'm not quite sure how that would work. I really did like the what Perry said about the surface line regulation, using the twine, marking it with twine rather than the solid marks. We always marked our gear the bottom shot so the guys knew when the pot was coming. We'd hang a piece of twine through it so the guys could see that coming, knew the bottom. They're busy doing other things while the pot's coming up, and then there's a mark on the rope that lets them know the pot's about there. So slow things down because things are happening pretty fast. And you could do that. We just used to you can open up the line and put a splice of twine through it. We just did it in one place, but you could open it up here, put it through, go up a little bit, put it through again. So you could have your 2-foot section or whatever you wanted of twine. You just have to weave it in and out of the line. So I really like that idea of changing that description from solid to however we describe that using the twine, because I'm sure you get like a brightly colored twine. In our case, it would be, I guess, I'm guessing maybe they have. Hey, Gary, what color lines do you have, your trailer lines? What is it? Orange. Yeah. Okay, so, I mean, anyways, it's something to work on there. I think that we could make something work there where those, I guess you would have alternate twines of yellow and black on whatever your trailer were, but 2-foot section of that where you could weave it in out of the line. Anyway, there's something I think we could do there, because I know Mike Pettis has 3 boats in the fishery, and he just spent all this work and changing his trailer lines to meet the regulations that we had in place. And so he went through all that work, and now he's going, holy cow, now we got to buy all new lines and do it again, because we've been talking about cost here, monetary costs, but one thing we haven't talked about is the labor factor. I mean, we're talking hours, days of unpaid crew labor. Most crews are paid, I think all crews are paid on percentage of the catch. So your gear work is just part of the job. So we're talking about adding, days and days of labor for crews that's unpaid. And, lots of times they're in other fisheries. This is like their only time off is between, say, shrimp season and crab season. And now we're going to say, well, you guys are going to be in the gear shed. You're not going hunting this year. You're going to be in the gear shed this year. And I believe, like I say, I've talked a bunch with the staff about this, and I do understand the necessity, I think, of this regulation, and that taking no action is not a good option at this time. And I think it also needs to be noted that these regulations are a response to a success story. Overall, West Coast whale populations are extremely healthy. There's a large whale population and a large Dungeness crab fleet. We're using the same ocean. And, it's inevitable and unavoidable. You're going to have some interactions. Anyway, see if I have anything else to say here so I don't have to say it again. I think, like I say, most of the crab fishermen that have testified here today run really good operations. And, they spent a lot of money on gear to keep their gear in good shape so they don't have to worry about it. And, now we're telling them to replace it. All that being said, I have been, I was looking for other avenues like these guys are. And I've been slowly arriving to the conclusion, though, that these regulations are probably a necessary step in pursuing the incidental take permit, which is so important for the crab fishery. It'll make the difference whether it keeps going the way it is or we have more problems, and have to do more regulations on depths and different things like that. See if anything else. I guess that's about All I have to say, I think the timelines are basically the same in all three states, because that's one of the things I know I was talking to John North about. And I tried to maybe see if we couldn't move it an extra year out, but it kind of sounded like they wanted to keep all three states basically on the same timeline. I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. So first of all, I want to start by thanking you folks for coming over today to Hood River. We set the commission meetings a year ahead because by law we're to meet in congressional districts. We don't set the agenda a year ahead, so we don't know. We could be in Coos Bay and talking about wolves in Northeast Oregon. And so the Northeast Oregon guys may have to go to Coos Bay sometime to talk about if we're dealing with a wolf issue on the agenda. So I appreciate you making the time to drive to Hood River. I know it's taken time out of your busy lives to come here, but I want to thank you and appreciate you making the effort to do that. So that's first of all. And then Kelly, you did answer my question. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, it's this discrepancy, it's almost, I think one person said it's almost 5 times the cost of what staff's saying. So I think you addressed that question for me, at least, what the costs are there. So the commercial crabbing industry, it's like a $200 million industry. It's huge for Oregon. And I don't want to see that adversely affected by an Endangered Species Act lawsuit or not able to get a permit, an incidental take permit, so that we have a significant impact on that industry in Oregon. I want to see the commercial crabbing industry be as successful as they can be. And I also don't want to see, if at all possible, whale entanglement. So I appreciate the comments from some of you folks about, while we understand that this is somewhat of a burden on us, we can live with that. So we're going to try to get an incidental take permit with the federal agencies that will allow incidental take and still be able to do our crabbing. In terms of how this was drafted, I just want to really quickly go through this. There was the Oregon Oregon Entanglement Advisory Committee had 3 public meetings in October 22, March 23, and May 24. The Oregon Dungeness Crab Committee had 4 occasions, December 2020, December 2019, February 2020, April 2020, April 2024. The Dungeness Crab Committee met 5 times with industry representatives, both with Oregon and Washington, and they met 3 times with the Tri-State Committee. There was public meetings by the department in October of 2019, October 20, and October 22. There was an industry survey that was distributed in 2019 to solicit input from the crabbing industry about where we should go. There was an industry notice in July of 2023 about regarding the entanglement risk reduction measures. There was also the annual crab letter that proposed the measures that was in 2020, 2021, and described in more detail of 2022. There was commission reports on August 2020, September 2020, September 21, August 2023. So in my opinion, there was a significant amount of public involvement and public input that went into this. Now, while it's not perfect and we don't necessarily agree, I think, in my opinion, we've done due diligence here in drafting these rules. And I want to make sure that we're consistent with the other states. That's the other thing is that I don't have it, I just lost it here. The 2020, what is it, Justin, 28, 29, option, the issues, the 28, 29 for the 15,000. So I think the other states are doing that. Is that correct? Just yes, I'm pretty sure they are proposing that too.
Yes, that's correct. And
Okay.
I would like to clarify one thing after your, when I get a chance.
Yeah, if I got something wrong, let me know. So I think we need to be consistent with the other 3 states to show that we are somewhat of aligned with doing this. And so that affects, a crabber that has a California license, an Oregon license, and a Washington license. And yeah, it's going to be pretty expensive if you're working in all 3 states to have different colored lines. So, you know, the 2 issues that are before us from the staff recommendation today, I appreciate John North and Justin. You spent an hour with me in a Zoom meeting answering all my questions about all of this, and you've answered them to my satisfaction. I'm not an expert on crabbing, but I appreciate getting me up to speed. I think we need to get an incidental take permit so that we don't lose this valuable industry. And this is one step to do that. And I'm going to be a strong supporter for the staff recommendation on that. So, thank you.
Chair Phil Hyde, I have a couple questions.
Yeah,
He needs to correct me though on something.
Oh, you need to correct him.
Or elaborate on something.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Laphart, definitely appreciate talking about all of those times where we've had opportunities to engage with industry and with the public. I'm certainly proud of our staff that have been doing that over the years. And when I presented and talked about timelines with the other states, you know, because their rules are not in place, I kind of had some general language about when they plan to set those in place, but certainly the 28-29 deadline that we talked about, where we have for the vertical line is what is definitely aligned among the other states. We've learned recently, due to the public process in California, that their initial target for the surface gear of the 25-26 season, like we have proposed here, California has now bumped that back a season. So their target now for surface gear requirements for marked line is actually the 2026-27 season.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess, is there a way for in this, whatever we want to call it, interim line period, that we can be more flexible in how that marking is done on the line? Is there, you know, this weaving, crocheting a different color into the line? The twine? Or is that opening up a...
It is a possibility to be able to craft the language to allow like a non-solid continuous mark. Our concern with that, and what we have heard from NIMS, is the identifiability of that. The majority of entanglement documentation on the West Coast is not from gathering the gear off of entangled whales, but from photo or video documentation of a variety of quality. And so we feel, and NIMS has supported as well, solid marking, which, so for example, like the twine that Perry and Bob were speaking to, potentially, you know, if you flipped it around, you wouldn't necessarily see twine on the full circumference of the line. So the concern is about the reduction of how identifiable the marks are if they were non-solid or non-continuous.
And I guess and so that's one question, but the second question would be, what are the mechanisms for Oregon to do like California has and help with the funding? Like what would be the thing you guys would be doing tomorrow if we pass this today to try to backfill some of these costs?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, yeah, we have had some success with receiving grants for work like this, and so we would be pursuing federal grants to see what's available through National Marine Fisheries Service. They have different funding programs available that we would be pursuing. There might be some other state funding through, say, the Oregon Ocean Science Trust or other funding mechanisms that we'd be applying for grants. But that's a process. We have to see what's available. But we wanted to make sure that we have rules in place so we know that what we're working for. So. I just don't have a specific grant program in mind that we would need to pursue. You know, like I said, the one in California was unique to California.
Okay, and then you guys also just got done saying that California has already bumped this to another year. So that is an adaptation we could make and be in cahoots with our West Coast friends.
Yes, that'd be correct.
Okay, that's interesting to me. Sorry, my flag kept falling down. I'm in a little wind tunnel right here. Two things. First of all, it feels like this is an opportunity for someone who has an engineering mind to come up with some sort of recycling program for the old line so that it doesn't end up in the landfill, because I absolutely agree that more line in the landfill will just end up back in the ocean because all trash goes into the ocean. And so I'm just seeding that out there for anyone who might be listening, who might be thinking, wow, what a cool project that I could be working on. But the nagging little voice in my head is worried that if we approve this and then we come up with a ropeless option, is that just another investment that we're asking people to make? So like, what is that timeline on ropeless? Because 2032 feels like it's tomorrow and also like it's 100 years from now. But it would be good to know, or just be assured that we're not going to be asking for another major investment that actually does have a direct influence on saving whales. Not that this doesn't, it's indirect.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Khalil. Ropeless fishing gear is an exciting topic that might work out in this fishery. Currently, we have concerns about, as Commissioner Smelbrink talked about, it would be slower to run. I was pleased to hear the report that was was reliable in the test that off California. Currently, we have in our administrative rules in Oregon an experimental fishing gear permit that's currently in place that has been used over the years for various different alternative gears that are now not currently allowed under, say a permit like, the commercial Dungeness crab permit. There's, under the commercial Dungeness crab permit, there's restrictions about the size of the pot you use and the rope and the buoys and we're discussing now. If an applicant were to apply for one of these experimental fishing gear permits today for ropeless fishing gear, we would be able to consider that. And so what we're hoping is through this program, we want to maintain that program. And so when there are innovative ropeless gear, like we heard as off California, that we have that right now, that we'd be able to look at the individual gear that is being proposed and perhaps permit that kind of fishing right now. So in the future, so if we through some testing, and we might be able to find a design that works for fishermen.
I had a couple quick questions, and I think that both of them got answered. One of them was whether the tweak with twine would possibly work. The other one was about ropeless or the pop-ups. And that one seems encouraging. And I guess the one final question on that would be, if we saw that the California work was proceeding, and it sounds like it's, they had at least one successful experiment with it, we don't have to do an experiment here as well. We could move to that kind of gear if we needed to or wanted to. Is that correct?
Of course, the commission would look at that information and would have to approve it if it was not through our experimental fishing gear permit.
Thank you. What seems to be emerging is we absolutely need the incidental take permit. We need the entanglements to be controlled, and everybody is on board with that. I appreciate the discussions about costs and trying to reduce the frustration and reduce the costs to people to keep these fisheries going, and the alignment discussions were useful with the other states. And there was, I think I'll stop there and let Commissioner Spellbrink go ahead and speak. Since the other point I don't need to make again. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to remind folks that, I think I heard the question, what have we done to limit entanglements? What do we, and I just remind folks that we did put the regulation in place where the fishery moves inside 40 fathoms on May 1st. And also the pot limits are reduced by 20%. So, there are some things we have done. And one other thing I was going to mention about the surface line is, I know Kelly was worried about whether that was, be visible from pictures or whatever, but one of the problems with surface line is, where sunlight hits the top of the water column, we have marine growth. And, within a month of the end of the season, as the water warms up, your buoys are black, your trailer lines are black. They all look black, that top from probably your top 10 fathoms up. And, we actually, you'll have a bucket of bleach and you'll dip them in just so you can see your colors. Otherwise, the buoys are, a month in the season, your buoys are all going to look black. You can't even tell your buoys from somebody else's. So, I mean, that is a potential problem too there because, like I say, most of your surface gear ends up, that top bit of the surface gear ends up black at a month into the season.
Thank you. I think that we are, seeing no other questions, ready for a motion on this one. And I think it's important to make sure that we have language to clarify that the tweaks that we talked about could be happening. So whoever makes the motion, please make sure.
That is, I would like to make the motion with the tweaks, or maybe Commissioner Labhart is willing to make the motion with the tweaks. Do you have, by tweaks, I mean, align ourselves with California so that we're congruent. And then also make an acceptable modification to the twine in so that it can be seen, but maybe that we use twine as an.
Should we stop for 5 minutes and let our attorney look at this and make sure that we have this right?
Let's do.
Just maximum 5 minutes because we need to keep moving, but let's get this one right. And
thank you.
call up the Travis Schultz for the Access and Habitat project funding. That'll do, right? Should we do Beaver? I think so.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the Commission, Director Colbert. For the record, I am Derek Broman. I am the Game Program Manager. And today for Exhibit C, we are asking the Commission to approve the Access and Habitat Board recommendations for project funding. To do so, please let me introduce Travis Schultz, who is our Access and Habitat Program Coordinator. Travis?
Good morning. As Derek did the introductions, I will just be very quickly. For the record, I am Travis Schultz, the Access and Habitat Coordinator. I have 4 A&H Board recommended projects before the Commission today. All were passed unanimously by the A&H Board. Next slide, please, Derek. There are 3 projects renewals recommended by the board, 2 in Northeast Oregon and 1 in Southwest. In the Northeast region, the Smoots and Osley Canyon will provide welcome to hunt access to big game predators, waterfowl, and upland game birds for 5 years. And in the Southwest, the Territorial Youth Deer Hunt project located south of Eugene will provide access for 10 to 13 youth per year successful in the drawing of the 620T controlled hunt tag. Additionally, 2 of the youth deer hunters will be chosen at random to also be able to hunt the area for bull elk during the Western General Oregon Coast first season. Next slide, please. The amendment to the Jackson Access and Cooperative Travel Management Area will increase private land access to over 21,000 acres. There is also over 57,000 acres of public land in the travel management area, bringing the total to 78,000 acres of hunter access. The TMA covers diverse wildlife habitats, including early and late cirrus forests, wedge-leaf ceanothus meadows, grass prairies, oak woodlands, wet meadows, and riparian areas. Staff recommend approving all 4 projects. I can answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis and Derek. Derek, could you just real quickly clarify, because our motion and our staff report say 3 projects, and it sounds like 3 renewals and 1 new one?
I think that's the case, Travis. Would you like to answer?
Correct. There's 3 renewal projects that have been approved before, and these are just extending them out. And then there's an amendment. The Jackson TMA is amending the current agreement. It's back before the commission because of the increased acreage results in an increased payment.
So the way it's written is just fine. Great. Commissioners, are there any questions? And if not, could we have a motion?
I move to approve the 3 projects recommended for funding and the project recommended for amendment by the Access and Habitat Board.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the 3 projects recommended for funding and the project recommended for amendment, as was read into the record. Commissioners, I think we can do this one as a thumb vote as well. Could we have, and it looks like it is unanimous, Michelle, so thank you on that one. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Travis. And
Thank you.
can, our staff ready to come back up for our commercial Dungeness crab regulations? Where did they go? Leaving the room doesn't work. Huh? Okay. I think then that we will go to, if we could, Exhibit D and talk about Beaver Action Plan update. I don't know how close they are to ready, so I don't know if it's another break. Nope. They're still working. Pardon me? Yeah.
Getting the police involved.
So, and it looks like Sean Clements is here to talk about the Beaver Action Plan update.
That's right. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield, High, members of the Commission, Director Colbert. It's a pleasure for us to be here today. And for the record, Sean Clements, Deputy Director here. Pleasure for us to be here today to share information about what the department's been working on over the last year relative to the Beaver Action Plan. This really has been an interdivisional effort with Fish, Wildlife and Habitat divisions. And the glue holding that together has really been Adrienne Everett, who's our Beaver Action Plan coordinator. Adrienne unfortunately couldn't be here today in person, but she is online and she will be talking here later. Can we go to the next one, please, Steve? So the department's really embracing Beaver for all the ecological benefits that they can provide. And because of that, we're working with partners to guide landscape scale restoration across Oregon for beaver habitat and beaver modified habitat. And before we get into what we've been working on over the last year, I just wanted to take a step back and think about what it means to do landscape scale restoration. It's a kind of a term that we throw around a lot, but I just want to talk about it with you and think about it. So Steve, if we could go to the story map and just start there. So the scale we're talking about here is Oregon, right? 98,000 square miles, so big, 100,000 odd stream miles, so again, big. A lot of different ecoregions, diverse land ownership, diverse land cover. And so thinking about that can be a little daunting. So it can be helpful to zoom in a little. I'm going to zoom into the Willamette Basin here. Again, still large, but 11,500 square miles, so slightly more manageable. This basin is home to hundreds of species, fish, fish, mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles, and many of those species can benefit from beaver modified habitat. In addition, the Willamette Valley has highly urbanized areas. You think Portland. There's also smaller urban areas like Eugene, Salem, Corvallis. There's a lot of agriculture on the valley floor, and there's timber and forests on the Cascade side of the valley, and then on the Coast Range side of the valley as well. So again, let's zoom in to the headwaters here and think about what strategies you might employ in this kind of part of the basin. So the headwaters, and I'm assuming it's actually really hard to see in the light here. In the headwaters of the North Santiam Basin, which is where we are now, just kind of west of Three Finger Jack. This is really federal forest land, so again, it's not going to have a whole lot of human beaver conflict. It's also an area where you've got low gradient, low energy streams, wetted meadows, and so it's really kind of good habitat potentially for beaver building dams. And so your strategies in this area are really going to be focusing on identifying what are the limiting factors for beaver and for beaver, and then also where are the potentially dammable habitats, and then focusing your restoration efforts around addressing those limiting factors such that beaver can build dams in some of these areas. You're also going to be looking at some of the, I mentioned earlier, we're doing this work where appropriate. Some of the things you have to consider are where it might not be appropriate. So what is the invasive species profile in those areas, for example? Are you going to be encouraging brook trout or smallmouth bass to proliferate there? So these are some of the strategies that we're going to employ in these areas. And you're going to hear a bit more about this when Jennifer talks about it in terms of the BEA in the North Santiam that's in this area. So we're going to move downslope now to an area just east of Detroit Lake. And this is kind of the middle North Santiam. This is an area where it's higher gradient streams, higher energy, so less likelihood of beaver building dams. But your strategy here is really, again, looking at the limiting factors for beaver and addressing those, because this is an area where you can have dispersal of beavers up and down slope. They're migratory animals. So they can, in this area, you're looking to create that connectivity. It's federal forest land, so again, not a lot or none human beaver conflict. We're going to move downslope again here, this time to an area around Mill City Gates. This is kind of the middle North Santiam. The river here is getting a lot wider, so no potential for damming the main stem, but you do have some of these tributaries coming in where there still may be some potential for beaver dams. You've also got mixed forest ownership here, private, state, and federal, and you've got some urban areas, small urban areas, so increased potential for human-beaver conflict. So your strategies in these areas are going to be coexistence, which we're going to hear about later. It's also going to be a combination of the strategies we talked about earlier, where you're trying to create this connectivity and corridors up and down slope, and identifying some of these off-channel habitats and tributaries where you might be able to have dammable habitat, and focusing your restoration on creating the conditions for beaver to do that work. Okay, last stop on the tour is down on the valley floor here. And this is a location, confluence of the Santiam River and the Willamette River. But the valley floor is almost exclusively agricultural or urban areas. It's the highest density of human infrastructure, and so this is really where your human-beaver conflict is going to occur. The rivers here tend to be very large, so the main stems are not dammable, but you do have some side channel habitat that could be beaver modified habitat and benefit species. And so your strategies here are really going to center around coexistence, and you're going to hear some more about that later. And then also looking for opportunities in some of these side channel habitats for restoration that's going to benefit beaver and encourage creation of beaver modified habitat. So we've taken a tour through this basin, and you see how different strategies might come into play in different areas of the basin. And this is kind of what we're doing when we implement this Beaver Action Plan, is we're putting in place tools for each of these areas that we can scale up throughout the basin and then throughout Oregon. And you're going to hear Jennifer talking again about some of the work we're doing in the North Santiam. You're going to hear Adrian talking about some of the work we're doing in other BEAs and across the state. And then we're going to have a cameo from Dr. Megan Jones at OSU talking about what she's learning about how we can communicate better when we're talking about both coexistence, but also restoration, and how you prepare people for conflict potentially associated with restoration. So all these things are hopefully going to come together for you and give you a picture for how implementing this action plan is going to get at landscape scale restoration. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, starting with Adrian Everett, to talk about the work we've been doing over the last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Next slide, please. So I'm going to dive into the action plan progress report a little bit over the next few slides. Next slide, please. This figure summarizes the timeline of events that led to the creation of the Beaver Action Plan, from the Commission's Beaver Management Work Group formation in June of 2021 to the department releasing its 3-year plan in June 2023. And as Sean mentioned, we're here today to provide an update on plan progress to date, showcase some projects we are working on with partners, and discuss activities we plan to accomplish through June 2026. Next slide, please. As you may recall, the plan is structured as 4 integrated pillars of action to improve adaptive management and coordination across ODFW divisions and the field through beaver data and science, beaver habitat and beaver modified floodplain restoration, beaver management, and outreach and communication. Next slide, please. Each pillar in the plan outlines the specific commitments and steps the department will take through 2026, including the pillar's goals, strategic actions, staff leads, and action timelines to do this work. And please note that the plan implementation feasibility and capacity is based on existing staff and resources in the department, plus 100% voluntary partnerships. And we're highlighting this because there is a significant lack of capacity funding in comparison to implementation funding to support landscape scale restoration and coexistence planning efforts, including building partner and landowner relationships, conducting pre and post project monitoring and technical assistance for designing projects, and purchasing tools, supplies, and equipment to do this work. And this is especially true for our soft-funded restoration partners, such as watershed councils, SWCDs, and nonprofit organizations that we're partnering with. So we ask that you please keep these capacity and constraints in mind as we discuss progress and accomplishments to date. Next slide, please. Pillar 1, we have outlined 5 actions in the plan to advance the data and science goal of improving our understanding of current beaver presence, constraints in beaver distribution, and habitat needs of beavers in Oregon. We're at 80% implementation for Pillar 1 actions. And in terms of implementation progress, the green check mark on this and the following slides indicates either a completed action and or completed ongoing actions, while the blue gear indicates in progress actions. So far we have completed Action 1A, the identification of and common metrics for the distributed beaver data sources across the agency. Action 1B, testing and adoption of a standardized beaver activity survey protocol and associated field data entry forms. And Action 1C, selection of 10 beaver emphasis areas encompassing 15 HUC 10 watersheds and 1 HUC 12 subwatershed. Next slide, please. And as an example of Action 1A efforts, the beaver activity detections map on this slide summarizes observational data for 2011 through 2023 that we compiled from ODFW programs and or partner agencies that gave us permission to use their data today. This first pass at data compilation provides a good feel for the data collection effort across the landscape. We see that beavers are widely distributed across the state with detections in all 15 of Oregon's major river basins. We also see detections from the headwaters to mouth in some watersheds, which may indicate that beavers are able to self-disperse both upstream and downstream to areas of available habitat in these systems. Some of the survey locations on this map recorded beaver activity age, such as current, recent, and past activity, which can provide information on their transient activities and cyclical occupancy on the landscape. And we plan to explore this age data more and to add to this data set through the beaver activity surveys with our partners. You'll also notice that the majority of beaver observations are not associated with beaver dams. And this is not surprising if we consider beaver behavior, biology, and published research in Oregon, where we'd only expect damming in third order or smaller tributaries, and in those reaches where they need to expend the energy to build dams to increase water depths for protection and foraging activities to improve their fitness and survival. Lastly, any data gaps on the landscape signal opportunities for future investigation to improve our understanding of beaver distribution and use of available habitat in these areas. Next slide, please. To improve our detection probability of beaver sign on the landscape, especially for their more cryptic non-damming activities, we have partnered with Vanessa Petro, Oregon Department of Forestry lead wildlife biologist, and the lead author of OSU's American Beaver Activity Survey Protocol for the Pacific Northwest. We formed a data activity survey team to co-develop a 2024 Beaver Activity Survey 123 form, the ODFW, ODF, and other agencies and partners can use to collect consistent beaver activity data across the state. We also worked with Vanessa this summer to host 3 Beaver Activity Survey Protocol Train the Trainer workshops for our staff, including the Aquatic Inventories Program, district staff, Beaver Emphasis Area Leads, and ODFW student interns to prep for our fall 2024 and future field sampling seasons, both outside of and within ODFW's Beaver Emphasis areas. Next slide, please. And as we've described in previous presentations, the 10 Beaver Emphasis areas serve as our landscape level focal areas or learning labs for implementing and integrating the plan's actions into our work. And although each Beaver Emphasis area has unique partnerships and implementation circumstances, activities since June of 2023 have generally included 2 or more of the following activities: coordinating internally and externally with staff and partners, evaluating existing data sets and getting boots on the ground to test survey protocol and data entry forms, developing work plans with partners for 2024 and beyond, and applying for capacity technical assistance and or habitat restoration project funding for Beaver Emphasis area work. To date, ODFW staff have secured $329,000 in funding to provide additional capacity to department staff and or our partners to conduct beaver emphasis area surveys and or habitat restoration areas across the state, activities across the state. This includes $105,000 in OCRF funding awarded this spring to hire 9 ODFW student interns and young professionals and the necessary supplies and equipment to conduct beaver activity surveys on 143 linear stream miles across 6 BEAs, the Gales Creek, West Fork, Cow West Fork, Millicoma, Evans Creek, Super Santiam, North Fork Crooked, and South Fork Sprague. And to spotlight this beaver emphasis area work, I'm going to pass it off to Jennifer Ringo, South Willamette Watershed District Manager, who will provide an overview of recent activities in the Super Santiam beaver emphasis area. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Adrian. So before I dive into why we're calling it the Super Santiam BEA and why we have such a large BEA, I just want to kind of explain a little bit about why we chose this particular area. And part of it was we just did not feel like we understood enough about beaver presence in this area to kind of focus on any specific watershed. And so we actually ended up choosing 5 contiguous Huckton watersheds for our BEA. And so, yeah, we wanted to get a better understanding of what things look like on the ground. But then we also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to work with different landowners. So as you can see here, there's a mix of federal, state, and private industrial timber. There's a little bit of tribal land as well. And so about 75% of this BEA is federal land, especially in the upper parts, the Brighton Bush and the headwaters of the North Santiam, primarily Forest Service land. And then as you move down, you get into more of a mix of BLM and private industrial forest. And then there's also some Oregon Department of Forestry, Santiam State Forest down in the lower parts of this BEA. And so we got a nice mix of landowners. And I just want to stress that we could not take this big area on alone. It's so critical that we have good partners. That's another reason why we picked this particular BEA, because we had some established partnerships. We've actually had a Good Neighbor Authority agreement with the Detroit Ranger District of the Willamette National Forest since 2019 to do habitat restoration. And then we actually modified it in 2022 to include beaver surveys. And that was partially due to the 2020 fires. And so I just want to point out that where you see the red hatching on this map, that was all burned in the Lions Head and Beachy Creek fires in 2020. And that makes up about 52% of this BEA, or a little over 200,000 acres. And so we're really interested in beaver presence in these burned areas, and also opportunities to incorporate beavers into post-fire restoration efforts. So we've been working with the Forest Service, and they're actually providing some funds for our district staff time to go out and do surveys, and they are doing surveys themselves as well. The BLM is also doing surveys on their land. And then, we've been working with Vanessa Petro, who's just been invaluable from ODF in both developing the beaver survey protocol, as well as leading surveys in the Santiam State Forest. So we've got really good coverage for this entire area, which is allowing us to take this on. And then I also want to point out the Mid-Willamette Beaver Partnership. That's made up of 5 watershed councils throughout the Mid-Willamette Basin, including the North Santiam. And they are also conducting beaver surveys, identifying restoration projects, and engaging with landowners across this larger area. And coordinating with all of these different partners over a big area is no easy feat. And I just want to acknowledge the ODFW lead for this BEA is Greg Reed. He's the Mid-Willamette District Wildlife Biologist, and he's just been doing a tremendous job moving these actions forward in the BEA, in addition to all of his other duties as a district biologist. Next slide, please. So our first BEA action was to conduct standardized surveys across the BEA with our partners, the Forest Service, BLM, and ODF. So last year in fall of 2023, we conducted beaver activity surveys in 133 randomly selected sites that are in modeled beaver habitat. And so looking at this map, you can see where the sites were surveyed. I just want to add each site covers 200 meters of stream. So that equates to, we covered about 16 linear stream miles last year. And so the survey sites are classified by beaver activity. And if you look at the green points, those are sites that had current beaver activity. The yellow is recent activity, so within the year. And then the brown points are past beaver activity detected. The red points were locations that were surveyed, but there was no beaver activity detected at those sites. And so we detected beaver activity at about 31% of all the sites surveyed, but only 7% of the sites were currently active at the time of the survey. We still need to do a more in-depth analysis, and especially once we get another year of surveys under our belts. But a few takeaways from the first year is just, first of all, kind of similar to the pattern you saw across the state. Beavers were pretty widely distributed. We had them in all of the different watersheds and across all ownerships. But there is a fairly low presence of beavers in some of these areas. And I want to also point out there are some places where we are still not able to get into because of the fires. Up in the Little North Santiam River in particular was so severely burned that we can't survey that yet. But in general, there are some areas where there wasn't a lot of activity. That could be due to a number of factors. Some of these areas have pretty high gradient streams, maybe just don't have the best beaver habitat. And there could still be some impacts, of course, from the 2020 fires as well. And then another kind of similar pattern to what we saw earlier is that the majority of these sites did not have a dam associated with them. So there's beaver sign and maybe, bank denning and that kind of thing, but not dams. Where we did find dams was in the headwaters of the Brighton-Bush River and the North Santiam River. And those points have these little squiggles next to them. I don't know how well you can see those. But there were 8 dams across 3 different sites that in these nice kind of beaver wetland complexes. And those areas are fairly low gradient, as Sean mentioned when he was kind of took you through the story map, just broader low gradient areas, wet meadows, really nice habitat there. Next slide, please. So what's next? As I mentioned, we are actually right now in the process of conducting year 2 of beaver surveys. We just hired an intern using that OCRF grant. So we have a beaver intern. She's a student at Oregon State University, and she started last week. We will also be getting a seasonal that's funded through our G&A agreement with the Forest Service. And we kind of share that position with the Forest Service. So she works and does surveys with them for part of the year, and then she comes back and she's going to be doing some of the data analysis for us this winter. And so from these surveys, we do plan on analyzing the data to get a better understanding of beaver habitat needs, as well as constraints to their presence in some of these areas. And from there, we'll develop a list of potential restoration sites and then work with our partners on a plan for implementation. So we hope that these restoration actions will increase habitat complexity and water storage, ultimately leading to a more resilient landscape as Oregon becomes warmer, drier, and more prone to wildfires, as Sarah and Rod described so well in their presentation earlier today. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Adrian to talk about Pillar 2 habitat restoration.
Thank you for the segue, Jennifer. We identified 4 actions in the plan for advancing prioritized beaver and beaver modified habitat restoration in Oregon. We're at 50% implementation, securing $60,000 in funding to implement Action 2A and develop a beaver habitat guidance manual. As I mentioned previously, securing $329,000 in capacity funding to support ODFW staff and partners in beaver emphasis area surveys and habitat restoration work. We've completed Action 2C, adopting revised fish passage rules that include flexibility for implementing beaver flow devices. Next slide, please. For the Beaver Habitat Guidance Manual, our intent is to bridge the gap between existing beaver restoration and coexistence guidance and provide actionable information that practitioners and land stewards can use to maintain and restore habitat for beaver. Our guiding principle is that we need to meet beavers' basic habitat requirements if we are expecting them to create modified habitats that provide ecological benefits to Oregon's native fish and wildlife species. We really see this guidance as a critical tool for putting beaver back in beaver-based restoration and improving site-capable restoration and coexistence strategies that are in balance with the sociocultural needs of tribal, rural, and urban communities across Oregon. And next, I'll hand the baton over to Derek to provide the Pillar 3 update. Next slide, please.
Good morning again. For the record, Derek Broman, I'm the game program manager. Today I'm going to be talking about Pillar 3, which is our beaver management pillar of our beaver action plan. And I'm proud to say that we've made an enormous amount of progress on this pillar in the last year or two. The greatest outstanding to do is dedicated to the action item 3B, where we want to have more dedicated resources to conflict occurring within our beaver emphasis areas. Making some traction on that front, working with our partners to try to see what type of resources are there, but we're not quite to the point of having those dedicated resources. Regarding the other action items of this pillar, we've been making a lot of progress on our ability to capture and respond to coexistence opportunities. One of the things that we did was we expanded our wildlife damage database to include more beaver-specific information. That information allows us to target where are the areas of greatest conflict, where are the greatest needs, and where can we get those resources allocated to those. We now know where the watersheds that have the greatest amount of conflict, whether it's into city limits or outside city limits. What is the most common type of complaint? Is it infrastructure? Is it landscaping, et cetera? So that type of information helps us to get those resources in alignment with the need and helps us to predict what our needs are going to be into the future as well. We've also, I guess, I'll call it a accidental benefit of the passing of House Bill 3464 and beaver being classified as a fur bearer everywhere in the state of Oregon. That was an enormous lift to this action item where we now have everybody going through ODFW for conflict at one location or another. And so this really sets our beaver action plan up well to be able to give people resources, educate, advise on non-lethal solutions and ultimately long-term solutions. We also have, as you heard in June, substantially increased the information that we get from our beaver harvest to ensure that we're having a sustainable harvest and still capable of achieving our overall goals of more beaver modified habitat around the state of Oregon. Next slide, please. And this has been, there's been so many success stories that I mean, it's a great source of motivation. You know, we can say we checked the box per what the plan dictated, but we're not done yet, and we're getting more and more excited. We've got numerous examples. Here's an image where an individual landowner had purchased and planted over $2,000 worth of ornamental plants. They also had a legacy hydrangea bush in the area that beaver started to take a liking to. Our beaver biologist, Kara Radaman, went out with local wildlife services agents and their non-lethal beaver specialist, and they prescribed putting up electric fence for that area. That went extremely well, and since the fence went up, there's not been any conflict at that location. And so there's many stories of our dedicated staff, but also BEA leads or just our other wildlife biologists around the state having this success. And again, funneling people towards us is huge because we have that wealth of knowledge that we can prescribe a long-term fix. We're finding out that a lot of people are not resistant to non-lethal strategies and solutions. They just didn't know about them. They didn't know that there's a lot of materials and techniques out there. They just switched to lethal was just the most common way to do it, or that's the way we've always done it. So now having more of our staff involved and getting our public involved, especially working with Public Works and these large organizations, that if we can educate them, now we can have a much broader impact. So that's really one of the biggest success stories. We're excited about more of these things taking place because we can just change the general understanding and knowledge about what the tools and options are out there, and also put into perspective what is real conflict versus perceived conflict. So I will hand the baton back to Adrian for Pillar 4.
Thank you, Derek. For our final pillar, we identified 4 actions for the outreach and communication goal of increasing awareness of the benefits of beaver modified habitat and implementation of human beaver coexistence strategies across Oregon. And while we're at 65% implementation, we have a lot of successes to share today, including for Action 4A, we coordinated with Oregon State University to initiate an OCRF-funded beaver coexistence community science study that just completed its first phase. And Drs. Megan Jones and Brian Erickson will describe that project in a few minutes. For Action 4B, we have provided OCRF funding and staff technical support to Project Beaver for the Beaver Flow Device Best Management Practices Manual, and to Bonneville Environmental Foundation and partners for the Oregon statewide BRAT calibration project. Since 2022, OCRF has provided $511,000 in funding to partners for 8 beaver-related projects to develop tools, guidance resources, and coordination capacity to conduct beaver restoration outreach, beaver activity surveys, and restoration project monitoring across the state. It's important to note that this figure does not include the $105,000 in funding for ODFW's Beaver Emphasis Area Interns project. For Action 4D, we launched the Beaver Action Plan Partnership earlier this year, a forum for sharing plan implementation progress and building relationships with stakeholders to advance beneficial outcomes for fish, wildlife, and people resulting from plan implementation. The partnership currently includes 157 members and has met twice for 2 hours each on February 20th and May 28th earlier this year. Additionally, we are using tools both during and outside the meetings to solicit partnership ideas on future meeting agenda items and how to improve member engagement during the meetings. The next partnership meeting will occur later this fall, early winter, and we are planning up to 3 partnership meetings a year for 2025 and beyond. And lastly, for a bonus activity, we partnered with Vanessa Petro of ODF, Reese Mercer, Western Beavers Cooperative, Jefferson Jacobs from Oregon Natural Desert Association, and Monty Gregg with Ochoco National Forest to host a beaver workshop and technical session for fisheries professionals and restoration practitioners at the 2024 Oregon chapter of the American Fisheries Society annual meeting in Bend earlier this year. So now I'm going to hand the presentation over to Megan and Brian to share an update on the Beaver Coexistence Communication Science Study they've been working on. Next slide, please.
Thanks so much, Adrian. And we are excited to be here today to share with you all this brief update on our ongoing study of the role of communication in human-beaver coexistence. Next slide, please. Our goal is just to share a few preliminary findings with their implications for landscape scale restoration, given the focus of today's session. And I want to underline that word preliminary because we still need to do some additional member checking to validate these results with our interviewees. But we've put a lot of work into the analysis so far, so we're fairly confident that these are emerging themes from our work. Next slide. As a refresher, this is research generously funded by the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, and our guiding question is, how can private landowners be supported to take coexistence actions that are mutually beneficial for their needs and for beaver populations in Oregon? And we take as our starting point this idea that coexistence includes a combination of restoring habitat for beaver and non-lethally managing conflict with beaver, and that those two go hand in hand. Next slide, please. Just because social science is still a fairly new part of this ecosystem, I want to also share our underlying paradigm here, which is that our work is based on the recognition that communication and decision-making are fundamentally intertwined in fish and wildlife management. And so we, as social scientists, try to study these interconnections to help all parties in the system better understand the system they're in and where others are coming from. So the findings we're sharing today are the results of interviews, our analysis of 23 interviews that Brian conducted November 2023 through March 2024 with practitioners who communicate in Oregon with private landowners about beaver coexistence. So with that said, Brian will get on to the good stuff of what we've been finding.
Thanks, Megan. Next slide, please. Our first finding is that communication occurs at different times. So many in-depth, robust, careful conversations are occurring prior to habitat restoration getting started. We're not seeing those same conversations happening as much in the conflict mitigation space before there's a conflict. Rather, practitioners are usually communicating with people experiencing conflict in the moment that conflict is occurring. The implication of this finding is that there's an opportunity for creativity around reaching new audiences here. This communication could lay the groundwork and prepare people who are likely to experience conflict on how to handle it before there's a problem with beaver. For example, there could be prioritized efforts to reach private landowners along key waterways, perhaps informed by habitat models like the Oregon statewide BRAT model that Adrian just mentioned. There's also an opportunity to spread messages about how to avoid conflict using social diffusion and relational organizing, basically by deliberately encouraging word of mouth information spread. For instance, people talking with their neighbors. And finally, it's worth noting that practitioners already have many of these communication skills through their restoration planning conversations. Next slide, please. The second takeaway is that beaver benefits are not universal. So interviewees describe beaver restoration as an easier pitch to ranchers and others on the dry, fire-prone east side than it is to pitch farmers and others on the west side. And what I mean by this is that I was told farmers on the west side are focused on controlling water, so getting it on or off the land at different times of the year. And this means that farmers and other landowners like developers in places such as the Willamette Valley may need additional technical, financial, motivational, and social support to be able to live with beavers on their land, in addition to any sort of knowledge addition that they may benefit from. And the final takeaway I'll share today is that many practitioners are, next slide, please. The final takeaway is that many practitioners are already trust experts. So the practitioners we interviewed described their focus on trust building and being trustworthy. They strive to be honest and sincere, to understand landowner goals and needs, to respect landowners' knowledge and experience, to keep their promises, and to improve their own abilities at mitigation and coexistence. And this all emerged without me asking a single question about trust. The implication is that landscape scale restoration may depend on scaling up long-term relationships of mutual trust. Shifting to landscape scale restoration will require leaning on trusted organizations and/or increasing the number of trusted individuals. And notably, many of the practitioners we spoke to mentioned they were already at or over capacity with their beaver coexistence work. Megan, back to you.
Thanks, Brian. And that sort of next slide, please, sets up both the next phase of our study, as well as some of the larger conversations about capacity building that you all might be having about how to make this work possible in this space. So our role is that we are moving into study 2, where we are looking at whether it is possible to help practitioners better communicate about beavers with private landowners by investing in a peer learning network and facilitating peer-to-peer conversations amongst practitioners about their communication practices and what impact that has on how they communicate with landowners into the future. So we're really excited about this really hands-on, interactive next session of our research. We're being a little bit innovative here, and we will share those findings with you when we have them later in 2025 or 2026. So thank you all for your time. Adrian, back over to you.
Next slide, please. Here's some references for Megan and Brian's work. Next slide, please. And thank you, Megan and Brian, for being here today. Today we have described how we're making measurable progress in plan implementation. And we really hope you have a better sense of how staff have increased their workloads, coordinated with partners, and secured some capacity funding to complete the data and science, beaver restoration, beaver management, and communication achievements to date. Much of the plan's work will continue through 2025 and into 2026, including but not limited to the activities you see on this slide, such as continuing beaver activity surveys to inform strategic future restoration and/or coexistence activities, developing the first of its kind Oregon Beaver Habitat Guidance Manual, developing fish passage application materials for beaver flow devices, including training workshops for ODFW staff, completing the next phases of the OSU Beaver Coexistence Communication Study that Megan and Brian just described, continuing to hold our Beaver Action Plan partnership meetings each year, and revamping ODFW's Living with Beaver website. Additionally, we will continue to explore funding opportunities for the plan's capacity-dependent actions to better support not only our staff, but our partners in scaling up this work in Oregon. We believe today's progress report demonstrates our continued commitment to increase information and expand the toolbox for strategic beaver habitat and beaver-modified landscape action in Oregon. And we look forward to sharing updates, new tools, and outcomes with you, our partners, and interested public as we continue this journey to implement the plan. Next slide, please. So thank you for your time today, and a special thank you to Jennifer, Megan, and Brian for joining us to highlight the plan-related activities their staff and programs are working on. And now I'll turn it over to Sean.
I just want to say thank you to Team Beaver here, which is both the people you're seeing here and yourselves, commissioners, and all the staff throughout ODFW that are working on actions related to the Beaver implementation plan. So I think with that, we'll turn it back to you, Chair Wall.
Thank you very much. And I'll have a few comments and questions, but I'd like to turn to the commission first. And shall we start with Commissioner Khalil?
Great. Unsurprisingly, I have questions about the social science part of it. Hi, Megan. It's good to see you. Last time we talked, it was about barriers to women and POC in advancing in conservation. So this is a right turn from that. Okay, so my first question is about your research question. So the research question is about private landowners, but correct me if I'm wrong, the interviews were with practitioners who work with landowners. Is that right?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, Commissioner Khalil, yes. Sorry if that was not the right way to introduce myself there. But yes, we are really interested in understanding how to support the folks on the ground who are communicating with private landowners. We sort of have this mental model of this network of practitioner organizations, including ODFW, but also all the other partners who are place-based in Oregon, that themselves are having all these conversations with private landowners on the ground. And so rather than really looking at the capacity building at that practitioner network level, if that makes sense.
Yes, yeah. I was just trying to determine if it was their impressions of what private landowners want as opposed to the private landowners directly speaking to their experience, which you just said, just trying to understand the ecosystem. Yeah.
Absolutely. And sorry, I was just going to offer to Brian if he wanted to give an example of how those conversations, how those interviews looked like around practitioners' impressions.
Yeah, I'll just add quickly that the interviews focus mostly on how practitioners are communicating with private landowners and not so much focused on the specific beliefs, barriers, motivators of those landowners themselves.
Got it. And then my second question was, how are you defining communications and how is that different from more educational interventions or awareness building campaigns or things like that?
Brian, do you want to start with that?
Sure, I'll start with that. When we think about communications, we actually just wrote a paper that was published in Fisheries that defines kind of 4 types of communication. We break it up into outreach, which is sort of sending messages out, education, which is focused on sort of raising knowledge and awareness. We included social marketing, which is more of a behavior change effort. And we include engagement and really collaborative, long-term sort of co-decision making and co-management. And so here we're focusing broadly on all of the ways that these practitioners are talking with landowners about habitat restoration and beaver coexistence. So we didn't define it, but we sort of explored the kinds of communication they told us about.
Cool. Okay. I have like 10,000 more research questions that just popped into my mind. And then I guess the last one is on study 2. Curious about, I love a peer-to-peer learning network. Curious about how you're thinking about approaching that just for my own interest. Is it a social network analysis thing?
Yeah, we had thought about doing social network analysis, but we have pivoted towards more focused on kind of a community of practice style model. So there is this Beaver Action Plan partnership that is meeting at scale, and we wanted to complement that by bringing together a smaller subsection of practitioners in a more interactive space. And so we're not going to be studying how the network itself changes, but more so how people who are participating in these conversations. So it's going to be a series of online and in-person gatherings over the next 6 months of about a group of about 12 people, plus ourselves. So looking at how those sessions change practitioners' self-reported beliefs, attitudes, and behavioral intentions related to communicating with private landowners. And just back to the previous question as well, there's definitely some communication within that 4 bucket model that Brian shared. Some of what we've heard from practitioners definitely falls into the educational model, but a lot of the more meaningful communication that I think we're hearing is actually leading to restoration of habitat for beaver or non-lethal conflict mitigation is much more in that engagement bucket of in-depth exchange and reciprocal learning and trust building, and really recognizing the expertise and needs of the people who are living on the ground rather than sort of talking at them about what they need to understand. So happy to keep chatting at any point.
Yeah, my dissertation was on communities of practice and diffusion of innovation. So if you ever want to nerd out about that, let me know. But thank you. Super interesting.
There are a couple things that I want to mention that thank you for this. I thought it was creative. It was very useful to have this kind of a presentation, in my view, for us to actually start figuring out what landscape scale looks like when we get down to on the ground. And it was particularly useful to me to the way you put it together, that landscape scale talks about both the conditions and following the conditions, figuring out what the conditions are and what we need to do in those different areas. So I thought that the story did that well. It also really pointed out why we needed this human action interaction piece as well. I can't think of a thing that's easy about your job, and this just proves it again. But that's what we're in, is the landscape scale. And this really it helped me frame how to think about these issues and what we actually need to do. And a lot of it is in here. So even the discussion we just had, which is relatively new for some of us to start thinking in those terms, but really figuring out what the landowners need and whether they be federal or state or private, makes a huge difference. I thought it was really heartening, Derek, when you talked about how much difference it makes if people know. And they don't call me Pollyanna for nothing. So you want to trust that everybody, when they have this information, people respond. I mean, the crustiest rancher in my town calls every time there's a new bird on the ranch now. You know, I mean, those people want to figure these things out. And so it was heartening to hear how much headway there is on that one. The ditto on the learning about non-lethal, and that people are willing, because it's not easy to switch from just trap them out, get them off my ranch, get them off get them away from my culvert. And we're asking people to actually make some serious changes. And it sounds like with information and some understanding, they're willing, and some money. So I thought that was really interesting about the Willamette, where the Willamette is. In our last conversation, you talked about how high the harvest numbers were in the upper and middle Willamette. And this touched on that in an informative way. I thought that was very useful. So I appreciate what it must have taken to put all this together. And I think it's great headway. It really does, at least for me, it was very informative working with as many people as you're working with. I had talked about a question. I have a couple questions that I do want to ask, and it goes back to both today's stuff and what we had heard before about, there were a lot of people talking about, we have so few beaver, and I think you even hit on that one today. We have suitable habitat, but they're not there in some cases, to the level of we're not getting the function that we need anymore. But you talked about that, I think, in either you or one of the other speakers, about there are places in the Willamette where in that whole system where there are very low numbers. Could you just talk a little bit more about not why we have low numbers, but why sometimes there seems to be such a disparity between some people thinking there are very low numbers to the point that we're not getting the function we need, and us thinking that we have pretty robust numbers?
Sure. Well, I can give you kind of a high level answer to that, and then we can have Derek step in too. I think you touched on it there in your kind of question, and I don't want to really speculate about what would lead someone to the conclusion that beavers are perhaps at low numbers, but I can tell you what we observe. And what we hear quite a lot is that I don't see many beaver dams on the landscape, so therefore there are not many beavers. And I think if you recall back in the presentation, the state of Oregon slide where we had the green dots showing where we've seen beavers, that's a fairly large data set collected by our agency and other agencies that shows that beavers are actually really well distributed across Oregon. They're in all 15 water basins. And within each of those water basins or watersheds, they're distributed from the headwaters down into the main stems. And you saw that also in the BEA data that Jennifer was presenting, where, again, just taking a smaller piece of that puzzle and doing more intensive surveys, you find that, again, they're distributed pretty widely from the headwaters down to the main stems. And keep in mind that for the state of Oregon surveys, those were largely surveys that were carried out for other purposes, and beaver observations were incidental there, and often not by people that have trained in beaver sign. And so your detection probability is really low there. So you're really getting a very, very conservative estimate of their distribution across the landscape there. And that's information we're going to improve over time now that we have these interns and other surveys going on. But it's that kind of broad distribution across the landscape that is one of the key signs of healthy populations, right? A couple of other things that give us confidence that they're in a good place. is their life history traits. And so beaver migratory. And when I talked about, say, the Middle Santiam, and you're trying to have a strategy that gives a migratory corridor, they can actually move around the landscape fairly extensive distances. And second, when conditions allow, they can reproduce pretty rapidly. And so those two things combined with widespread distribution mean that if there is available habitat nearby, they can colonize it pretty quickly and take advantage of it. One of the things we're doing, though, in these BEA is identifying what are the habitat factors that are limiting them. Like there are some places where we're not seeing them. And there it's highly likely that it's habitat that's limiting factor. And it could be that restoration can't address it. It could just be a high energy system with not much food. There's not much you can do there, but it could be also be that it's riparian management, right? That we've encouraged over time these dense conifer forests, and what beaver need is something else. And so you're trying to find those areas where that kind of restoration makes sense. Like you need to maintain the shade, but you also need some diversity in that riparian habitat for beaver. And so I think, while we don't see an issue with beaver across the landscape in terms of numbers and distribution, I think we, like a lot of other people, would like to see more beaver dams on the landscape and the ecological services that accrue from that. And so it's part of this plan is trying to figure out what those factors are and address them. And I don't know, Derek, if you want to add anything to that.
I think for a fish biologist, you did a great job, Sean. But yes, to play to that, I mean, we're at a point where we're still trying to truly understand what their habitat is. Most of these surveys that we've conducted are starting off with a predictive beaver habitat model. And so there's still some truthing to go on that we're finding out that maybe we don't quite know what it is. And that's coming from the wildlife biologist. But once we understand what that is, we have a good general sense of it, though. Then it's creating it, making sure there's more of it. And very much this theme of like, if you build it, they will come, like most wildlife and fish. If you can establish that habitat, fortunately, we're working with an organism that's a great colonizer. They are not friendly to one another. So juveniles have to go someplace else. And so they will go long distances. And that's why we're seeing these animals both at the headwaters and down at the main stem as well. But we also are still trying to figure out what is necessary for a dam. So if we are focusing on the needs of the animal, we can check that box, but that doesn't include everything that a dam requires. Dams require certain hydrology and certain substrate, building materials, et cetera, et cetera. And then you just need a beaver to want to build one because they're not required to build a dam. So there's a lot of major challenges before us, but I think the first thing is if we can identify what's good and what's best for the animal first, that's the first place to start because you're not going to get a dam if you don't have a beaver in the first place. So that's what's exciting is where with these BEAs, we have all of these model study sites to better understand what those knowledge gaps are and how to go about filling those knowledge gaps.
Thank you. That was very helpful on that as an answer. I have two other quick questions. One is, could you say just a little bit more about the statewide BRAT, however the BRAT, and what that will give us? Just a couple sentences, if you could.
Certainly. The Chair Wall, the BRAT is an acronym for Beaver Restoration and Enhancement Tool. At its simplest form, it is a GIS tool that uses map layers to try to predict locations that are most suitable for a beaver dam to occur. And so Adrian can chime in if I'm really getting off base, but ultimately there's these efforts to improve that type of a model across Oregon. And so there's major efforts now to do some model validation and then feeding back into that model new data. So they go out and say the model may say right out here is perfect. Let's go check it out and find out if it holds water or not.
Thank you. That helps. Last question is, how much are we relying, PFA was a lot of the money for this, and OCRF clearly is a lot of the money for this. Is that kind of what we're relying on to keep this level of effort so that we can do this landscape scale work?
Chair Will, I think there's a certain capacity that the agency has with our staff to do this kind of work, and you're seeing a lot of that work happening with the existing capacity we have. Well, I think Adrian was describing was where we're really trying to scale up some of that work by engaging with those different funding sources to be able to create additional bodies on the landscape or additional support for coexistence, that kind of thing. So it definitely does help. Having additional funding, create additional capacity and additional tools.
Thank you. Great report. We have Commissioner King.
Thank you, Chair Wall, and thank you guys for the presentation. I agree, it was great. The things that I noticed were the same things that Commissioner Khalil noticed: the social aspect, the storytelling, the communication. And what struck me the most, and I think this is going to be the hardest nut to crack, is dry places, big old ranches, love them. Beavers create a meadow, yay. Cities where you flood a highway and cause hydroplaning or flood somebody's yard or all sorts of other things on the wet side, not so much. And so I think that correlates exactly to some of the lethality you're seeing in, say, the Willamette and the Upper Willamette, where they're this pest that's causing a hot mess. And so I'm wondering, as we, no, I'm not saying I feel that way personally. I'm taking some of the feedback, some of what I hear, what I see out there in some of the reaction and some of kind of the bat guano crazy that it goes on around Beaver, which I see you smirking. I know you know this is real. So I'm wondering, as we move forward into these studies and really drill down into communication, can we look at that? Like there really there's something in there that I think we need to really fundamentally understand in terms of engagement, in terms of not just talking at people, in terms of education, like what do Beaver do exactly? And, sometimes they don't cause dams, sometimes they do. Like, are they causing this damage and blocking a culvert? And now if they're doing that, is there a way to simply relocate them or change the dam around without just trapping them and killing them? Like, I think there needs to be much more of that, particularly in the places that are wet. Because to me, what we talk about it all the time. I'm the only one that's all three, meaning a trapper. When people want to use my trapping license, the number one thing they call me for is a beaver causing a flood. Numero uno. So, I mean, and that's, in many ways, it's cultural and that's their default. But it's also sometimes they've tried stuff and failed, and they got this whole family that won't go away. And so what do? Because they don't want their house to flood. So I think we really need to look at that a bit better, or a bit more, if you will, because I really think there's something there. I mean, I think they're super cool and eco-engineers and all that, but they're not flooding my house. So I think getting to that human dimension, I think is going to be crucial, particularly in kind of the wet side population centers. But I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on that, or if they're still with us, I don't even see them up there anymore. Oh, they're over there on the side.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King. Where do I start? The dealing with the landscape, dealing with the cultures, dealing with the different perspectives is basically the cornerstones of our profession. It's recognizing that we don't have wildlife problems, we have people problems. And so it's that catering to those specific situations is what we do. What's good in, John Day country is not the same thing as the Tualatin Basin. But what's fortunate is with a lot of people come a lot of resources, come a lot of people to talk to and help cater to those locations such that we can be more proactive, like we heard today, and focusing on those communication skills. And that's where I talk more about prescribing a fix and trying to prescribe one that is long-term. Sometimes people seek the short-term, but we know they're just going to be back again, as you described. Like removing an animal, chances are why it got there in the first place has not been resolved. And so it's just going to be more of that communication work with municipalities. We're hearing that the public is asking for these non-lethals and pushing hard. And so a lot of these organizations are having to realize the public that they serve want certain things. And so we're trying to get them geared up with that. But it's going to be a long road because there's so many different situations that it's hard to give people the full, textbook of here's what to do in every situation.
I guess to follow it, I'm not saying, I understand that. Thank you for your answer. What I'm wondering is there something different, say rural versus urban, like having a beaver dam in the middle of a city? Can we live with that? I'm asking, I'm throwing that out there. Have we really thought about, like you said, that direct human beaver conflict? Because it does get really heated really fast when they cause floods. Like people really don't like that. And so and I think that you just kind of touched on that a little bit in some of that communication that I saw, that it's different on the wet part, because it really is different. It's a different thing. But I think it will involve a lot more of the research and the social sciences expertise and asking the right questions and communicating. But that's what our PhDs and are there for.
Chair Wall, Commissioner King, you're right. And I think you're hearing from Derek that there's, we're at the beginning stages of some of these conversations in the urban areas with the municipalities and with the some of the providers there. And they're going to be ongoing understanding kind of what they're dealing with and how we can kind of encourage some of those coexistence strategies there. And then to your point about communication, generally we're biologists. And so we're fortunate that we can partner with people like Dr. Megan Jones and OSU, that we can take advantage of their expertise and like how we approach those communications and learn going forward and try different techniques.
Sorry, I was just also going to reply, if I may, that I think that's part of what we're hoping for out of this initial research is recognizing where the strengths are and where the opportunities areas are. The richness of the skills and trust building that came out of the interviews was a total surprise, not a surprise. We weren't looking for it, and we were really impressed by it. So thinking about where the existing communication strengths are that can already be leveraged in new areas, like you said, where the problem seems to be more concentrated, or where talking about beaver benefits is not the right way to start a conversation. So thank you for sharing your comments. I was taking furious notes.
Yeah. Vice Chair.
Yes. So, dang. To Debbie and Derek and Sean and everyone else in the department who has worked on this, this has been a path, right? This has been a journey. When I think back to what was going on when this first hit the table and all the work, we've got people in the audience who sat through hours and hours of working groups, and they did that with a commitment to getting to somewhere better. And I am so impressed at where you guys have gotten with this. And I also think, I know Commissioner King and Commissioner Cleel are always urging us to get better at the way we present things, at our communication. And I think we're getting a little better. The story map was incredible. It starts to visualize it. I love how, how you have people can start to see this. We can start to break down the realities of beaver on the landscape, because we all want beavers to make dams, to build dams and hold water because they're climate change. We all want that, right? But they're not going to do that everywhere. There's a whole bunch of other factors that have to come into play for that to really exist. So I just feel like it's an important moment in time for us to feel proud that we got to this point and that we took a really contentious issue and we've started to frame it up in a way that we can do really good things on the ground for beavers and for communities, and be realistic that sometimes there's going to be a beaver where it's not going to work, right? And we need people that can cope with that. So I don't know. Can't we just be excited for a minute, guys? Come on, let's do a pause for Beaver. Come on, Bob. All right. And then the other thing is the Beaver bullet point for the document. I mean, come on. We all need the Beaver bullet point for our documents.
Great way to end this one, I think. So great thanks to you and to the people who are online. Thank you for all of those contributions. And so we'll move then. Thank you very much. We'll move back to the, and don't even get up yet in terms of moving back to the Dungeness crab one, because to the fishing community who is here, what we are hearing is that people are still working on exactly what the motion would look like, and we should take it after lunch. And we need to do an executive session during our lunch. So it's a working lunch, but we do need to go do that. So I'm sorry for the fact that you drove over here and you have to wait longer. But that's where we are right now. So I'm going to read into the record what we need for executive session. We will go to lunch and do executive session and come back. The commission will now meet in executive session. This executive session is to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection as authorized by ORS 192.6602F, as well as to consult with legal counsel concerning legal rights and duties regarding current litigation or litigation likely to be filed as authorized by ORS 192.6602H. So we will go to lunch, and thank you all. We will be back. We hope to be back in 45 minutes. It might take us slightly more.
Chair Wall, I wanted to let folks know that lunch is on the second floor. So if you go up to the second floor, you're going to see where we've got a room, and then there's also an open area where lunch is set up.
Thank you very much.